Welcome back to the SimGrid and welcome back to Autodromo Internazionale Enzo Edino Ferrari, also known as Imola. My name is Chaz Draycott, and alongside me in the commentary box today is Connall Courtney for round 2 of season 2 of the SimGrid Endurance Cup. Connall, we had a very close qualifying session, as we've already come to expect this season. What's the race going to be like from your eyes? Do you think we're going to see just as close racing?
Well, when I was looking at the gaps in qualifying there just after the session ended, and just on time, thank you very much, Mike. Look at those gaps. You've got 19 cars within 8 tenths of each other. Can you imagine that in the turn 1? Can you imagine that for the entire first lap? I mean, that is going to be very, very hectic. The key to some people's races, some teams' races, could legitimately be the first lap. It's always said you cannot win a race on the first lap, but you can certainly lose it. And for some teams, they will lose this race in the first lap.
Yeah, they can indeed. You know, you can try and push too hard and make mistakes. It's easily done. We've had people do it before in different series that we've covered on the SimGrid, where we've tipped somebody to be a race winner, and then before you know it, bang, you know, something can go wrong in your first race in a championship, and then you're playing catch up. But even just in the first corner, it's just so easy for people to overdo it. And I think that part of what we're going to see today is down to the narrow nature of this circuit. People may potentially be overdoing it.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we've seen the reigning champs of the Endurance Cup, the Pro Van Mountain team. They were involved in an incident in the first, not even the first corner, Catalonia. They didn't even get to the first corner. They were on the inside grass at T1 with coming together with a couple of other cars. So, yeah, when you qualify poorly or not where you should be, sometimes accidents do happen. And of course, we have the championship leaders 7th on the grid right now. So it's going to be interesting to see how they come up through the field too. So there's a lot of dynamics to monitor here in this race.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of teams where we'd expect them to be higher up the grid, and then we're going to be watching them come through from further down the order. And in all honesty, I think that it's going to be an interesting day of just keeping an eye on people coming back. You know, there's going to be so many moments where we think, where's this team gone? Where's that team gone? And all of a sudden, they're going to be right up on us. There is the calendar, of course. We head to Zolder on the 9th of January, and then Paul Ricard on the 6th of February, and Silverstone on the 6th of March. You'll have David Christie and Luke Rogers for Zolder and Paul Ricard calling the shots there. And then all 4 of us will be there for the final race at Silverstone, which it's going to be an absolute grand slam event, that, isn't it? It's going to be so much fun just to see how much racing we can squeeze into that time. And, well, to be honest, Connall, if any other races that we've covered before on the SimGrid are anything to go by, it's going to be a lot.
Yeah, we could have a championship going down to the wire with the way these grids are. You know, it doesn't look like we're going to have runaway winners. You could be forgiven for thinking that you would have a runaway winner in the GTWR team after the Catalunya race. But it doesn't look to be this way in Imola. They just had such a dominant performance there at Catalunya. They looked so strong and just didn't put a wheel wrong, really. But here, it does look like they're going to have it all their own way at Imola with the dominance of the Mercedes. Top 5 covered all by Mercedes. So, yeah, the Mercedes is the car to be in, we know that. But it is an endurance race, and anything can and will happen, as always.
You're definitely right there, mate. And to be honest, I think it's going to be interesting how we see the Mercedes develop over the course of a race. You know, we can all see how quick these teams can be in a qualifying session, but how will that car handle an entire race run? There is the current championship standings. GTWR Simulator Gian Truck, 90 points, top of the pile after winning at Catalunya. Odox Motorsport, 2nd place in the Mercedes, and then Yassi 3rd, also in the Mercedes as well. Now, the rest of the teams behind them, you know, only a couple of points separating them. All it takes, as we've seen before, is just one good result to just fling you right up that order. We've seen so much inconsistency before, and I think the World Cup was a very big talking point, because some teams would have 2 really good results and then 2 really bad results, and it was like the teams that had the bad results then had the good ones. It was almost like one or the other, wasn't it? There was no grey area that season.
Yeah, it really was yin and yang for some teams. It was interesting because obviously the issues that GTWR had at Bathurst, they had a couple of disconnects, a crash, and I think it was joining back in the wrong order as well, so that really messed things up for them at Bathurst. They ended up finishing 11th, and we said at the time there, especially we were looking at teams like the Like and Subscribe team, and we were looking at them and going, right, these guys, if they just stay consistent inside the top 3 in every race, even if GTWR happen to win all 3 races, it's not completely out of the neck of the woods that Like and Subscribe would win or another team would win based on consistency alone. But unfortunately, they just couldn't string it together. But maybe that's just inexperience with working with the team or with an endurance series in this sim. So Endurance Cup Season 2, we could see hopefully more consistent performances from some of the more established teams.
Yeah, we certainly do hope so. As you can see there, everybody, 5 Mercedes at the front of the grid. Best of the rest at the moment is Chodakis in the Expat Sim Racing Audi R8 LMS Evo. And then you have your current championship leaders, the GTWR Lamborghini. Plenty of Mercedes out there in the field. A couple of Aston Martins as well. Good to see the John and Lacey car back out there. We've only got one of them for this round though, because we had the 27 and the 72 last time, but the junior team in the 72 will not be with us for this round, so it's the 27 that is the only one there. The John Lacey Esports Academy car, of course. We have the sort of first iteration of the Mercedes AMG GT3 out there as well, and a number of Lexuses, which is quite interesting because we always have said, whenever we've commentated together on the sim grid, me and Connall, we've always basically mentioned that the Lexus is just not a widely used car, so it's nice to see that back out there. We have obviously the Ferrari on the right hand side there, the number 191 machine of Racing Line Motorsport. They're a very, very well known factor within the sim grid. We have the Jensen Team Rocket RJN McLaren on the left hand side, which has Michael O'Brien, British GT driver, at the wheel. We have there the Bentley alongside the number 87 Ferrari. Now more Lambos, more Aston Martins further back. It's nice to see the Lamborghinis being represented again on this grid because I don't even think we had one Lamborghini in the World Cup here on the sim grid. So it's nice to have some of them out there. The Mercedes, though, always looking wonderful as ever. The 95 Sidemax Motorworks car there was on the left of your screen. We have a Porsche further down the order, the number 991 car. That's the FTW RacingSimTools.com machine. And there is the other one as well, not to be confused, is the 911 machine, the MSR Liga Endurance Team Porsche. One of my favourite cars on the grid, the Ferrari on the right hand side in the wonderful old Benetton livery from Formula 1. That's the number 58 car, which is smoked salmon and fries, a fantastic meal of choice. If you haven't had it before, make sure you do. But still, a beautiful grid before us. The number 435 Lamborghini there as well. There were certainly ones to watch. Team 99 in the race at Catalunya. And then the 295 Lambo at the back. That's a real throwback to the old Vitaphone Maserati MC12 GT1 cars that we used to see. That's the 295 of We Hurricane Drive, which is a fantastic team name once again. Plenty of entertainment and good spirits from these guys on this grid here in the Endurance Cup. So, everybody in chat, do you have a winner? Who do you think we would see right up there in the order at the end of these 4 hours? Connall, do you have anyone that you would like to try and pick to be the winner here? How do you think that GTWR team is going to do as well from 7th?
Well, it's going to be a tough ask for those guys with the strength of this Mercedes. Alec Enslin is said in chat, mark, and that is the way it was in qualifying. But of course, you know, over the course of a 4-hour race, you have to make an extra pit stop, you have to pit for damages or something. That just throws the strategy completely out the window and puts you at a severe disadvantage. So it's going to be important for these guys to have a clean run in the first 15 minutes at least, you know, and get that sort of traffic, that clogged up track position out of the way and get into a comfortable rhythm from there on in. 5 p.m. though in game time, so we will descend into darkness. And of course, these guys barely know the track in this sim. Of course, they should know the track because it's one of the most famous tracks in the world, but they don't know it in the sim in terms of them actually competing in it. So when it gets dark, it could present a challenge of its own. And of course, track conditions then and track temperature should get actually quite cool. So we could potentially see cold turn of tires. We don't know. There's so many variables going into this race. It's so hard to pick a winner.
It is indeed. And like you say, going into the night here, when it could be a lot of people's first races around this circuit, is going to be a real eye-opener, especially because it's going dark as well. But their braking zones and any sort of braking markers that they have will all be consistently changing throughout this race as the light fades. Wonderful shot here from Mike Yao, our producer, just showing us everybody leading the cars down towards Tamburello on the warm-up lap. We do, of course, have Michael Hamlet behind the scenes as ever, feeding me and Connall an absolute bucket load of information, which we are most grateful for. There's so many cars out there on this grid, and any one of them could end up winning it. It's really a difficult one to call, no matter how you look at it. But good to see the new Ferraris and new Mercedes out there, and good to see the Mercedes doing well. It's a car that is very, very popular in the real world of GT3 racing as well. You know, it's always been a strong all-round package. And I think, to be honest, we may see a Mercedes win today, but Simonini in 7th place, and this man here, of course, Buzianis in the Audi, are going to be the best of the guys to try and stop them. We've got Camera also in the BMW, the number 62 machine just further back. So I think we're going to be on for a real belter. And as Connall has just pointed out, I think Yassi have swapped to the Mercedes. Yeah, they were definitely in a Ferrari for the 24 hours of Spa. I think they were also in a Ferrari at Barcelona as well. So interesting to see how they get on with this car. But that's the thing. I mean, while the car may be quick, and it may be probably one of the quickest cars here at the minute, it's how the teams adapt to it, isn't it, Connall, when they've not been driving it before?
Yeah, absolutely. When you get to that point of the race where it all comes down to rhythm and you're losing focus yourself, the tyres are starting to wear, the fuel load's starting to drop, the car's getting a bit loose, track temperature's dropping, all these things coming together. You need that experience in the car to have almost a natural feeling with it. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. Of course, a brand new car that will have all but a few weeks really to get used to. And of course, it's not just Imola that they have to get used to it, because they have to do 3 more rounds or 4 more rounds in this series. So yeah, so it just can't be an Imola track where we know Mercedes performs so well. We can't just be picking it on the basis of it going well around here.
Very true. They all do need to think about the big picture. You can see some of the cars still coming into the final couple of corners here on the warm-up lap, while the leaders are just about to get the race underway. 4 hours of racing here in the SimGrid Endurance Cup, round 2 of season 2 is going to get underway very, very shortly. This absolute herd of Mercedes makes their way towards the line, on board with Kisser in the top left of your screen, second on the grid only to Statsenko. Very, very close to the line. And we are going to be, I thought we were going to be racing at that line there, but typical, Chaz misjudges it and we're away. The whole field screams down towards Tamburello. Sounds and looks absolutely amazing. Down they go, trying to filter their way through. Bit of contact behind Niels van der Kokelt and Garcia having a touch. Oh, and it looks like van der Kokelt's off. There's contact further down as well. Oh, and one of the Lexuses turned into the wall. I think that may have been the David Perel car, potentially. Looked like one of the Lexuses anyway. Oh, and there's extra contact. That's the Team Rocket RJN car. Has been turned into the wall heavily down towards the Villeneuve chicane. And then, oh, also through as well, more contact into the side of the Bentley. Errol Verve in the Lamborghini there, absolutely pulling no punches there, Connall.
Oh, well, I was thinking before this race, I didn't mention it, but I was thinking that the stewards might be a little busy here, especially in the first few laps, and they're going to have a mountain of work to do on that first lap alone, because that was eventful, shall we say. You were talking about incidents further up the field, and then on Mike's brilliant double shot, you could see the instance further back down the field. I think there was 5 or 6 cars involved in one of them. So yeah, it just could come down to inexperience here around this Imola circuit, not having many races done.
Yeah, it's also, you need to be careful about checking up when there's a big field in front of you. You need to brake so much earlier. Some of these drivers just don't seem to have that in the back of their heads at the minute. But there's a lot of pressure riding on this. You know, we do keep saying about how competitive this series is and the high level of driving from not just one particular driver, but every team. You know, some of the lineups they have in here are crazy. As there's a car going off, there's Josh Martin in the 505 Lexus. Just ahead of him is the Coach Dave Academy car, side by side with Arnold in the Mercedes, number 57. Coach Dave Academy car goes through. Now they've got John Lacey Aston Martin defending as well. Still side by side down towards Tamburello. And this is the frantic part of the race now, where teams just try to break away. Josh has gone deep into the chicane. The Energy Mercedes hits him in the back. The Lexus is out of shape, and he loses an absolute load of positions there. And that all started by Josh just going a little bit too hot into the first corner, Connall. But I said before, didn't I, at the top of the broadcast, you kill your momentum into there, it's gone completely, as there's more contact with the Mercedes further back. Wow, these guys are pushing hard.
Such a flowing track, and when you get flowing tracks and you kill your flow, you lose bucket loads of positions. And we just seen that there with Josh Martin. I mean, what was that, 6 positions lost from really a tiny mistake, just dipping into the grass a little bit. But yeah, very, very unfortunate. And look at this, look at the gap already. We've got basically from those instants, look at that, front 2 are away, but more importantly, look who's filtered his way through the field. Giorgio Simonini, he's dodged all the incidents that was going on. He has filtered his way through. In 2 laps, he is in 3rd from his 7th place grid spot, and he is closing down the leaders, and that's not what they wanted to see. They really wanted to see Giorgio and that number 157 Lambo mired in this pack, because we were talking about it earlier in qualifying, Chaz. When you create a split through an incident in these 2 groups, and you have groups of 2 or groups of 3, it's so hard to then bridge the gap with the consistency of these guys. It's hard to bridge the gap up to the next group. But Simonini is going to try it anyway, but definitely a good position for Simonini so far, the championship leader.
Yep, definitely the start they wanted. Gained plenty of ground. Now this is the Food Critics machine of Darren King. He was side by side there with, I think that was Lucas Cruiser, wasn't it, in the number 96 car. Now he's under pressure from Camera in the BMW, which is ready to pounce. And well, the number 1 car as well has been pointed out by Renbelton online. They've gone from P20 to P11 in 2 laps. Sami Ibrahimi at the wheel of that car. He's just on the back of this train there, you can see him. We know how quick Sami Ibrahimi is, but he's just showing that tenfold here, starting from P20. Wow, what an opening he's had. Because the thing is around here, we did say before, didn't we, it's difficult to overtake. So when you've got the situation of a race start, you want to make the most of that while the field's bunched up.
Exactly that, and we've seen Simonini and of course Ibrahimi, who you've just mentioned, make the most of it really. We're probably missing a few guys who have done some excellent work throughout the field that we're missing, because that start was absolutely chaos. It was hard to keep track of who was doing what, but of course we'll be let know by our wonderful guy in the background, Michael Hamlet. But yeah, it's interesting to see Ibrahimi. Of course, they had an absolute nightmare at Barcelona. It wasn't as though that incident ruined their race, because to be honest, they weren't really on the pace. The BMW really did struggle a lot around Barcelona, but they're the champions for a reason, and they're bouncing back here at Imola.
They are indeed, certainly pushing hard now to try and gain ever more places. The Lamborghini just a couple of places ahead now. Thibaut Props, this is the other GTWR car. Oof, it looked like Ibrahimi was trying to go to the outside of the race for Cat. Mercedes there of David Martinez didn't quite work. Here we have a replay then of turn 1. This is the race for Cat car we're looking at here. David Martinez, you'll see just behind, there's a little bit of argy-bargy. It's all ahead, isn't it? Oh, as the Coach Dave Academy Lexus gets smacked sideways by it was the Emil Frey Lexus, isn't it, that just gets into contact with them. They lose it themselves and go in the barrier. I'm not sure what happened to the Jensen Team Rocket RJN McLaren, but then they take one of the Ferraris with them as well. Real shame that, because the Ferrari sort of the innocent bystander there. I think that might have been the number 500 car of Adam Dubiel. Either that or it was Tavernari in the 87 Ferrari. Both of them are a bit further down the order. Another replay, thank you to Mike. So this is what happened. So the McLaren's in the middle of the road. Oh, they just gradually edges over to the right, and the Mercedes gradually comes away from the white line, just knowing that you don't want to clip any of the grass or anything on the way into the Villeneuve chicane. It's a bit of a tough one, that I think more of a racing incident from my point of view, because they're both just trying to keep in a straight line, not move around too much, but still make those little adjustments. It's just part of this close racing with a big field, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's the problem. It's easy to say as a spectator what should have been done, but realistically, when you're watching these incidents, you're watching them first of all for the second, third, fourth time, so you're able to react to them multiple times over. These guys are having to react. I mean, that is just so unfortunate for any of the drivers that were involved in that. A few of them there were just absolute passenger stuff. Nothing they could have done there. That poor Porsche, who was, it wasn't like he was barreling through the order trying to make up 10 positions in one corner. He was taking it nice and steady, and he's still an unfortunate victim of an incident. So, yeah, it's just a heartbreak of a track like this on lap 1 with 42 cars in the grid.
It looked to me like it was the 95 Sidemax Motorworks Mercedes that just lost the rear end on the way in, hit the wall, took the Lamborghini with him, and then the Lamborghini bounced back across. The Porsche got away with it, but then just seemed to not know that there was still a Mercedes to his right-hand side. Mercedes bounced off the curb a little bit, and then just tapped the side of the Porsche, and it flicked the other way. Anyway, we're now back on board with Daniele Vidimari and the Energy Racing Team Mercedes, looking back at McCormick in the number 66 car. Also another Mercedes GT3 Evo, and another position gain for Samir Ibrahimi. Ren Welton online in the YouTube chat, keeping us up to date. Thank you very much, guys. But that number 1 BMW going well. Now these two Mercedes GT3 Evos just having a bit of a scrap together. Looks like McCormick ran wide. I tell you what, didn't even realise that then. But going past the number 57 Mercedes of Arnold as he looks back down the inside. These guys all on the back, of course, of Gregor Schill. And that number 57 Mercedes is the Shed Squad machine, Sean Arnold and Christoph Mashkovsky at the wheel of that machine. And now Sean is under even more pressure from McCormack just behind here, Connall, as he goes down towards Tamburello. These guys are having to defend hard and really work for this early on.
Yeah, and Dara actually had a brilliant qualifying session, so I don't know if McCormick had an incident there. I was caught up in one of those many incidents in the first few corners. But the McCormick 66 Mercedes were looking quite strong there, and they had a very strong performance also in Barcelona, so keep an eye out for these guys potentially making their way up through the field. But again, you have a flowing circle like this, everyone's so closely packed together, it's so hard to make those passes and make your way up through the field. Another guy who we should be looking out for is the guy just behind Darren McCormick here. He's about 2 seconds off. He'll come into your shot just about now. Let's see, well, Niels van der Kokhout. He obviously had a great qualifying, was caught up in that incident. So there's the we got an incident for Sean Arnold, and he's going to run on. He's going to smash a Pirelli bollard into basically the front of the track, and yeah, so very lively. And pivots around, just a horrible corner it is when you get it wrong for Aqua Minerale, and finds himself on the inside, which is unusual, but hearing from Michael Hamlet, that is the characteristics of the Merc Evo.
Yeah, it seems like they've got the front of that car so dialed in on this Evo version of Mercedes that as soon as it digs in or just sort of gets the front end stopped or pitched in, the rear just doesn't go with it. It seems like a very oversteery car. Now, because the Mercedes has that humongous 6.3 litre V8 at the front of it, it's usually a very front-heavy car, obviously with front engine, but it's definitely more geared towards a bit of oversteer now, by the look of it. Doesn't seem to be such a friendly machine. Something that also is an oversteery car, from what I hear, is the Lamborghini we're looking at here, the GTWR Thibaut Propt machine, number 132. Now here is the Jean Alesi Esports Academy Aston Martin, another front-engine big burly V8 machine chasing another front-engine V8 car, of course. David Martinez's Mercedes AMG GT3. Not the Evo version, though. That's the original AMG GT3 in front of us there. I believe it's... is he Romanian? I think I got that wrong last time. Apologies, everybody. But look at how lively even just the Aston Martin is going into Acqua Minerale. And like you said before, Connall, they're trying to get the car stopped. It's leaning, it's pitching, it's doing all sorts of things, all while turning and trying to get it slowed down. And there you go. 15-second penalty to the 132 car for ignoring yellow flags.
Yeah, and that's happened actually. I remember 2003 actually, Valentino Rossi got punished for that twice for ignoring yellow flags, making passes under yellow flag positions, and he got 2 post-race penalties. Where he got 1 post-race penalty and then a 10-second penalty mid-race. Still managed to win that race by about 15 seconds. But anyway, yeah. So the yellow flags, of course, you have to adhere to. There is no overtaking frame. We're completely new to racing in general. You do not pass on the yellow flag incidents, and obviously ignoring yellow flags and causing an incident yourself is not going to put you in the good books with race direction, is it?
No, not really. It's not the most desired effect, I'll say, with ignoring yellow flags. This is David Martinez in the main shot that we're on board with now. In the Mercedes, just ahead of him, Samir Ibrahimi has broken into the top 10 in the BMW M6 GT3. Beautiful M6 GT3, a car that won the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring this year with Rowe Racing. Did an incredible job. It just shows that, you know, before the BMW M4 GT3 jumps into our faces with its horrendous front grille, that they've always been able to make competitive GT3 cars. I do believe that the M4 will be a competitive car as well. It does look more like a touring car that's just got a giant wing on it compared to the M6, which of course has been one of their sort of flagship sports cars for years before the M8 was made, or at least the 8 series, let's say. But at the moment, Martinez looks like he's got some good poke here, actually. He's catching up to Ibrahimi very quickly indeed, from a visual perspective as well. But Michael Hamlet did tell us before that the BMW is going to be very, very difficult to overtake around here. It just seems to have the strength in the right places to make sure that nobody can get through. And Samir, well, look at the run that he's got at the final corner there. That's naughty stuff as he goes down the straight. Now, even with the slipstream here, Connall, David's not going to be able to do anything, is he?
No, I mean, it's so difficult when you have a car in front of you that punches out of the corner well. Not only punches out, maintains that speed over the straight. You know, obviously when you're going into a pass, like here for instance at turn 1 or into a hairpin, you have to get that run. You have to get that run in the corner before you set up your passes. When, especially at this level, you set up your passes corners before, so to not be able to get that run with the BMW punching out of the corner like that does make it very, very difficult. And really, you get to this point, I mean, David Martinez, the way this BMW is looking, he's going to have to rely on a mistake from Samir Ibrahimi to capitalise on. And then when Ibrahimi does make a mistake, he's going to have to capitalise on it immediately. But then you have the problem of having to defend from this car that gets such a good punch out of the corner and is quick in a straight line. So yeah, once you get the pass done, or if you get the pass done, it's not all plain sailing from there.
It's very true indeed. We look here at Giorgio Simonini's stream. You can see him wrestling the Lamborghini around. He looks very relaxed for a sim racer in such a sort of prestige position right now in this race. You know, he's very high up the order, in 3rd position in the Lamborghini. And he's doing a fine job. You can see his foot cam there as well at the bottom, just showing you how he's managing the throttle, managing the pedals, and he's doing a very good job of it as well. I wonder if he gets any extra downforce for his hair, because that's certainly a very impressive fringe right there.
Need good neck muscles for that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you really do. I don't imagine it goes well in a wind tunnel. But still, Martinez now still trying to get past Samir Ibrahimi. There's no visual indicator at the moment that Ibrahimi is closing up that much on fly ahead in the Audi. And of course, Ibrahimi not the highest placed BMW. We've obviously got Camera in the number 62 car, the G2 Esports machine, a bit further up. So they've not even got top dog honours in BMW sort of bragging rights now, but to be honest, I don't think they're really bothered about that. They've just had a really, really strong start. They've now gained 10 positions in just a handful of laps, 9 laps down. And we've got 3 hours and 43 minutes to go, Connall.
Yeah, great progress, but unfortunately for these guys, the further you go up through the order, the harder it is to make that next position because the guys obviously are quicker. So yeah, it's going to be a tough ask now for Ibrahimi to make this time up on the rest of the field, especially when he's being hunted down by the Moldovan behind Martinez and of course Giovanni De Salvo as well in that Jean Alesi car. But certainly fantastic start, and the champs sort of remind us just why they are carrying that number 1 plate, because they were just missing really at Barcelona, just no pace at all, and getting caught up in instance left, right and centre. So yeah, wasn't great, but we know the Pro Van Mountain team, now that is a pass for Ravazza. That is how it is done, and that is a harder pass than what it looks like. If you're watching, it looked like a relatively straightforward pass, but the way he got it done with Ravazza, it's not easy.
No, it's not. Downhill into the braking zone as well there. You go in from the right to then get it stopped and get it turned to the left. The car has a bit of a delay on the weight transfer once you get onto the brakes. Really loads up the front of the car before it chucks itself in, but to be fair, now the number 34 of Buzianis is dropping down another position because Camera has come through as well. You could say smile for the Camera, but look at the size of that BMW, just blocking the view of the little Audi R8 LMS V10 machine. And now its V10 counterpart, the Lamborghini, just behind. Oh, that's close stuff there from Thibaut Probst in the GTWR car, and then we've got Fly behind him. And now all of this battling is going to let Ibrahimi and the guys that he's with close up. It already has as well. You can physically see the difference as they go up to the top of the circuit here before going down to Agua Minerale. This is going to form a really strong train here, but Camera handed a 15-second penalty as well. Not sure whether that's something to do with the first couple of laps. I'm sure we will very quickly find out, but this now is turning into a real battle here, Connall.
Yes, and really when you're in a battle like this, it'll halt the progress to the group ahead. So guys like Lucas Cruiser up ahead will be pretty much safe from these guys, because look at this. How are you going to escape these guys hounding you? And Buzianis, you seen when he got past there, he was a little bit flustered this evening. There he is, another mistake. He doesn't seem to be too comfortable in that Audi at the minute, making a few mistakes, spinning up a little bit, having the car a little bit snappy, which is sort of a characteristic of that Audi, but he's making a few mistakes here and there where everyone else is sort of ganging up and crowding around him. So maybe once these guys get released, what a shot this is, with the number 1 Renoir team getting a good look at the side of that car. He's going to go around the outside of Buzianis, is he? Buzianis going to block it, but the number 1, the big BMW, the Beefster, just blocks his exit, and that is a fantastic move from Samir Ibrahimi. He is leaping up the order now. Oh, there's contact, and that is De Salvo, and he has made contact. The stricken De Salvo car made contact with Luis Fly as well in that Audi, and Fly has actually come out, unfortunately for him, as the worst one, even though it was De Salvo and I don't know, maybe it was Buzianis who came together in that instance. We're going to have to get a replay, but per Luis Fly, we were on board with him, and he was just a passenger there. So unfortunate, and it was only a tiny clip of De Salvo's car. He did try and avoid it, but still just the tiniest clip sends him facing the wrong direction in the gravel trap, and that was painful loss of position for Fly. He's down to almost 20th now. He's still falling down the order.
Yeah, that was a very strange one. That I think Buzianis just caught that curb and bounced wide through the Villeneuve chicane. We've all been there, we've all done it, and unfortunately just that tiny little tap on the back of the Aston Martin just tipped it around. No weight over the rear once it gets the contact, just lifts it up slightly. Salvo now just behind in 12th. I think he probably got away with that, being straightened up by Luis Fly in the Audi, sorry. But wow, that's a real shame for it to go that way. The John Lacey car was doing such a good job up there, as they did at Barcelona. Let's go for a replay again. You can see he just goes down the inside on the way into the Villeneuve chicane, just in front, and yeah, you can just see there's a tiny touch on the curb that just tips him into it. Louis Fly tries to get out of the way and then takes with him the number 14 machine, of course, the Odox Motorsport Mercedes. But that's it, the Odox car could say they were taken out unfairly there. Garcia at the wheel of that machine, but what did they want Louis to do? Just drive straight into the into the Aston Martin that was stricken in front of them. You know, it's not really their fault, I don't think. They were just trying to avoid an incident. But yeah, the 34 was what set that off there. Maybe not through their own fault. You know, they were just fighting the position, and then that was that. It's just tough racing, isn't it, Connall?
Yeah, and Chaz, that's actually huge for the championship potentially, because the number 14 Odox Motorsport team are second in the championship. They finished second in the race at Barcelona, let's not forget. So they've had an absolute disaster here so far at Imola. So they're going to be desperate to climb back and salvage as much points as they possibly can to try and keep their championship alive. Because you think of the other guys who realistically are in with a shot at this championship, GTWR, Yas Heat, Food Critics, Race for Cat team, even Coach Steve Academy team, John Lacey team. Look at all these teams that are in it. It's going to be very, very likely that all of those teams are going to have a bad race. You know, at least one of them, especially you would expect the GTWR team will be there every single race. So you really need to be up there every day or every race and be up there fighting for it, just staying consistent. As we've seen in the World Cup, consistency was a factor.
Yeah, that's it. These teams need to do their very best that they can. Oh, we've had a little bit of an issue there by the look of it. We'll try and make sure that that's resolved as quickly as possible. I'm sure that Mike Yao will do so. He's been doing a wonderful job this season with the broadcasting, and of course on other broadcasts for the SimGrid too. On a set, of course, Competizione. His Corsaro in the very pretty Madhouse Racing Bentley. Another one of my favourite liveries on the grid. He has got the Porsche behind him, the number 137 machine of Lucas Rommel. I believe that's the Vesite car. That's the 137. And no, it's actually got a different name now. It's PPR Esports. So they've obviously got bored of me sort of saying their team name very
covering their name up.
Yeah, they've clearly they've realised, we're not catching him out with by, like, you know, trying to put a naughty word in a team name. So we're gonna go for something a bit more serious now. But more and more Bentleys fill our screens. This is a TX3 ACR car, Valentin Barrier, just behind Baranski and Karsten in the Lamborghini. And then we go forward, of course, to Samuel Ratz as the camera tries to catch up. There he is. This is the Racing Line Motorsport Ferrari. Racing Line have had, to be fair, some very interesting races on the SimGrid recently, haven't they, Connall? Especially in the World Cup. They've usually been running two cars. In the World Cup, they were running an Audi and a Bentley, and now moving to the Ferrari, which is an interesting choice.
Yeah, that variety is interesting. I mean, yeah, normally I'd like to stick to one car. I've recently myself moved from the Lexus to the Aston, and I'm trying to learn the Aston, so I know how long it takes when you switch from one car to the other to really get comfortable in that car, especially something as let's say it has a narrow operating window. This Ferrari, you really have to get the best out of it. When it's going good, it feels great, but when it's outside that narrow operating window, it feels terrible. Well, at least in my experience. So yeah, it's interesting to see so many changes so far, but they all seem to can work there inside the top 20, and being inside the top 20 in Split 1 of the SimGrid Endurance Cup is very, very impressive, as we see now Giovanni De Salvo closing down my countryman Darren McCormick in number 66. McCormick was 17th not too long ago, and now he's found himself up into the top 10, so just shows you, Chaz, when you stay out of trouble, well, not that you can intentionally stay out of trouble sometimes you just get caught up in other people's accidents, as we've seen, but if you get lucky enough and if you have enough racecraft to stay out of trouble, you can find yourself really profitable.
You can indeed. I'd call it luck of the Irish, to be honest, but he's doing a wonderful job of it. But those incidents ahead obviously helped him out, and the thing is, even though you can get freebies like that, it's just all about taking the opportunity now. He's been given this chance to be in the top 10. Not just through merit, of course, but other people's mistakes. And at the end of the day, they're making mistakes, you're not. That's why you're right up there. So, De Salvo is going to be trying to put the pressure on. We saw how quick these John Alesi Aston Martins are at Barcelona. They did a fantastic job in that round of really showing us what they can do. New team to the championship, obviously, as a lot of them are this season. But De Salvo was one of the drivers that was really up there and very, very quick indeed. But we know that Dara McCormack, I should say, has been doing a great job in this race so far. And you've got to think as well that the pink of that Mercedes had probably put him off, if anything. But some of the guys, don't forget, ahead have the 15-second penalties to deal with. So we're going to see these guys potentially jump them in the pit stops as well.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually. And also, if we're talking about the bigger movers and shakers, Samir Ibrahimi in that number 1 car is right behind 2 cars with 15-second time penalties. So realistically, we're seeing Ibrahimi at this point moving up into a 6th place position from 20th in the grid, not even done half an hour, and they've gone from 20th to essentially 6th. So yeah, that's really, really impressive from the Ren Welton guys. But interesting, Chaz. I mean, it's a strategy, and I don't think there's a right answer. You're sitting there, you're Samir Ibrahimi. If you do manage to catch up to Props and Camera, do you fight them? You know, in a half an hour's time, they're going to be into the pits. You're going to jump them anyway. I suppose it just comes down to, do you feel as though you can catch the top 5? And that's what it's going to boil down to.
I think if they get there before the pit window, they just go for it. You know, if they get there very soon, because it says what, they're 2.3 seconds off the back of the car in front at the moment, so they're in a little bit of no man's land. But once they get into the slipstream down this straight, I think they're going to be right on them, because it'll just gradually pull them closer and closer. They've clearly got the pace to stay around them at the moment, but yeah, they need to get it done before the pit stops. Now, something that's definitely going to get done before the pit stops is DeSalvo having a go at McCormack in the Mercedes. See him pushing so hard. When you go on board, you see really how quick these things go through the Villeneuve chicane. Someone literally said to me this morning, when you look at it from a TV camera, it doesn't always look like the cars are going that fast, but when you go on board, there's just such an immersion on board these cars on the Assetto Corsa Competizione that you just cannot really get anywhere else. Over the top of the hill we go, back down towards Acqua Minerale. Jordan Sherritt saying great stream as usual. Our World Cup winner, Jordan Sherritt we should say, for GTWR. Oh, there you go. DeSalvo does what we're going to see a lot of over the course of this race, Connall. Just before you turn into Acqua Minerale, you catch that curve on the left hand side. It can just give the car this little bit of a bounce and just straight line it for a second, and you can miss your turning. And I mean, even on board there, it's such a painful thing to have happen in a race, isn't it?
Yeah, and what do you lose there? About 3-4 tenths just in that one mistake, because you're trying to get the drive, you're trying to go uphill initially and then onto a bit of a straight into a chicane. So yeah, you really need to run there. And DeSalvo lost it, but he's bounced it back. It was really interesting. It's funny that you bring up the onboard comments there. I've come back from race sessions, and obviously when you're on the bike or you're in the car, for me it was on the bike, it feels obviously so fast, because it is fast. You're doing 140 miles an hour into a corner, etc, etc. And you go in after a session, and then you find yourself looking at the footage going, well, that doesn't look very fast at all. Yeah. What's going on there? But I don't know whether it's the long range. And like, look, this doesn't look fast at all. But we just seen it a lap ago on board, and it looked absolutely rapid. So very, very annoying as a driver, as a racer, to see the footage back, and really can't even describe to anyone who hasn't done it the speed that we carry in the corners like this, or the terrifyingness, the sheer terror as you barrel down into Acqua Minerale. It really is such a tricky corner. I can't imagine it's dangerous enough in a London GT3 car. I can't imagine on a superbike. But Samir Ibrahimi now in 8th place, 4 tenths off, so he has caught Timo Props. And there, yeah, as you said, Chaz, there's 30 minutes to go, and he is really just on the back of them now, essentially. He's on the back of Timo Props, at least in camera, is a further 3 seconds up the road. So sitting behind Timo Props, just waiting for the pit window, would be very detrimental to his race. I mean, that's half an hour gone of his race. So in a 4-hour race, that is still a long time. So I think Ibrahimi, you can play the safe game and just sit in behind him, but I don't think he will. With the way he's making his way up through the field, he will make that pass and he will get it stuck. But Darren McCormack still holding back Giovanni DeSalvo. Not holding back, that's disrespectful, but he's holding him at bay, is probably a better phrase to use. Doing a good job, as we see more Mercedes throughout this field, and that is Garcia in front of Sean Arnold. Garcia is hunting down Gregor Schill in the Coach Dave Academy 888 Lexus. And Garcia, of course, we know that team, the Odox Motorsport team, second in the championship, 15th at the minute. And look at those gaps ahead, 2, 5, 2, all that time. Bearing in mind that you're gaining potentially, 2 to 3 tenths a lap. So even just to clamber back 2 seconds on somebody, let alone 5 seconds to the next car, then 2 seconds to that car after that, it's just such hard work to really clamber that time back. So Garcia, he really has his work cut out if he wants to maintain that second place in the championship.
Yeah, there's a lot of work needed, especially when you think big picture as well. A lot of these drivers really have to try and just work hard on every single lap, but still think about, what if I make a move here and it goes wrong? You know, what could happen to our championship? As Sean Arnold from Shed Squad runs a little bit wide there, and now he's got Rats right behind him in the racing line Ferrari. Up through Variante Alta. Mercedes looks like it pitches in really well there. We were saying this before about how front end sort of tuned this Mercedes looks, the Evo version. Certainly looks like it turns in very well, but it has this oversteery sort of aspect to it on the brakes, where it won't help people out. You've got Gregor Schill here with Garcia right behind. Don't forget, Garcia was right up there earlier on in the race, very, very close to the front of the field, and then he got involved in the incident, which we will not mention. But I think Gregor Schill needs to be very careful now, because he's got more and more cars closing in behind him. Do you think this is down to tyres on the Lexus?
It's difficult to know. Obviously, Gregor and the Coach Dave Academy guys will probably have the best Lexus in the field in terms of the setup and managing the tyre life. So it could be a case of he's feeling a little bit paranoid, he's trying to preserve that tyre. But in saying that, he is the top Lexus right now, so it could just be a case of the Lexus struggling a little bit over race duration. So it's hard to know, and only, unfortunately for us, only Gregor Schill in that car will know what's going on.
Yeah, indeed, and that's part of the painful bit for us as commentators. It's not really that we know everything. We do act like we know everything, but that's not always the case, I'm afraid, everybody, as much as you would like to believe that. David Martinez, though, I'm quite intrigued with this little battle going on, because he's obviously got, well, never mind, he did have the Aston Martin behind him, DeSalvo, but beautiful move down the bottom of the hill, and through he goes into the top 10. But I was going to say, I'm intrigued by the whole David Martinez and Dan McCormack battle, because that's the older Mercedes GT3 against the Evo, as we now go back on board with Alberto Garcia, talking of Mercedes AMG Evos. Look at that, the Lexus. Gregor Schill just got a much better run there. It was a little bit wiggly through the final corner there for Garcia, and behind you've got Arnold and Rats side by side. Then you've got Huang in there as well in the 122 Mercedes. He's on the right hand side, gets squeezed over by Arnold. Sean just squeezes him straight to the grass. I don't even think he knew that there was that much room there, but that's such a shame. And now Huang comes back on. Well, that for me was on Sean there. He didn't leave the room on the outside, especially as the circuit curves to the left.
Yeah, that's scary to go on the grass at that speed. Haven't even done much braking there, and to be very, very close to the barriers. Wang had a lucky escape there. If he had smashed against the barrier, he would have a long time in the pits. All he's got away with is the loss of a couple of positions and some dirty tyres for a couple of corners. So that is one of his 9 lives gone, you'd say. I think every driver has 9 lives, don't they? Like cats, and that is one of them certainly gone. So we'll see how he recovers, and no doubt if he does recover and gets up to Sean again, he might be a little forceful, shall we say.
Yeah, maybe a bit less polite.
Yeah, yeah.
When he gets there next time round, it might be like, oh look, some grass. Do you want to? Well, it'd be a shame if somebody squeezed you onto it. So keep an eye on that for if that battle reignites. It's good that he didn't hit anything hard, because that would have been even worse for his race. But I suppose with where he is now, He's only lost what 1-2 positions. So let's see what happens when Samuel Ratz tries the same on Sean Arnold, shall we?
Big long run down into the first chicane, gets it done. It looks like he is the inside line. Arnold's going to try a bit of a cutback, get the run now into Villeneuve potentially. He has got the run here. Mark powered out and he's got the run, but he's dipped his toe into the gravel. And then this Audi, Lewis Fly, who's making a recovery, of course. Oh, he wasn't too nice to Sean Arnold there either, was he? He really shot the nose of him there. And yeah, you can tell it's a competitive series. You can tell these guys want to do the best position possible with the way they battle each other. That is harsh racing there. Very, very aggressive. As we see now, Garcia in front of these madmen is trying to put pressure on Gregor Schill. Gregor is under the most immense pressure. Well, we know Gregor from just about every series in the sim grid, and we know he can deal with pressure from behind. But it looks as though with the pace Garcia has, it is a matter of if, not when. When and not if, excuse me. Sorry, I
was going to say, was that?
Forgive me.
Excuse me, that. I thought, yeah, he's got all this confidence in Garcia, and then all of a sudden it's like, no. Gregor Schill, well, you said it yourself, Connall. You know, he's been in so many events that we've done before, and he's just shown. I just thought he was running wide there onto the grass, but he's shown so much consistency before that I think that Garcia is just going to be able to get this done based on pure pace, but it's how Schill goes with him once he's got past, I reckon. What do you think?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting dynamic here. Gregor, it seems like with the cars that are bunching up behind him, it seems as though he is struggling a little bit for pace. So I think once Garcia gets it done, that'll be it done. I think Gregor is just doing his best to hold on as much as possible, because look at the way the cars are bunching up behind. What Gregor doesn't need is Garcia to get frustrated behind him, make the pass, and then shove Gregor out wide so he loses 3 or 4 positions. That would really be an unfortunate situation for him. And it can happen because Garcia, you can see the way he's right, and he's lost a position. Has he lost a position to the Ferrari? This is the problem of getting stuck behind another car. Very close there, and the Ferrari definitely thought about it. Ratz was thinking about making a wee move up the inside of Garcia, and now Ratz, who was looking to make that move, is now potentially losing a position to Louis Fly. So this is the problem with flow on tracks as a driver. It's absolutely brilliant for us, of course, to watch this, just constant battles. But when you lose your flow and when you get off that racing line and try and make a block pass, then you find yourself really struggling from the car behind. And when you're in a group of 5 or 6, you just can't afford to lose a position like that. But yeah, Gregor doing a good job here of defending, of course, but with the way the cars are... Oh, there's a contact. There's contact. Sean Arnold, and was that Huang? Was that Arnold and Huang coming together? I think it was. It was. So I only caught the end of that, but that might have been a little bit of payback, shall we say. I'll not say retaliation, because retaliation is a very bad thing in sim racing world. So maybe a bit of aggression there from previous incidents. But we're on board now with P5 as Camera and Darren King, and they're closing Lucas Cruiser a little bit too, so we could see a 3-man battle. As we see, the top 3 are away. Giorgio Simonini hasn't really made inroads on Kisser, and definitely not on Stasenko, because Stasenko is away with a 7.6 second lead. And Simonini, he's doing a good job, obviously. He's splitting the Merc dominance. 4 Mercs in the top 5, and then the only Lamborghini there in thirds in the top 5. But Jordan Sherrod, of course, his teammate, I've been talking with Jordan there in YouTube chat for anyone who hasn't been reading. He's very unwell this past week. He's taking a lot of medication, etc. He hasn't been feeling well, hasn't been practicing. So yeah, the championship leaders having a little bit of a struggle in terms of their own health. So get well soon, Jordan. I hope you're feeling better very, very soon. But yeah, it's not going all their own way. But Simonini, again, when they're not having it their own way, when a teammate's sick and unwell, if they get a podium out of that, if that's them at the worst, that's worrying for the other teams, really.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, no disrespect to the other drivers, but we've seen before that Jordan Sherrod is probably one of the fastest drivers that we ever do see on the sim grid. Him and Mikhail Statsenko, when they were together in that Audi in the first round of the World Cup, it was just vile. Like the pace was unbelievable. at Suzuka. One thing I wanted to note here as well is we just saw it a moment ago from Darren King, but down into Rivazza at the bottom of the hill, you'll see that they've got these runoff areas just around the circuit, just like there, which is basically the Italian tricolor, the green, white and red, just as you get further and further outside the track. These guys are so accurate with how much of that they use, because all it would take, especially in a car that we've seen be so snappy oversteer on the brakes, like the Mercedes, if you just go an extra millimetre further over, go off that runoff and hit the grass, that car is going to pitch around quicker than you can say Flugplatz. And to be honest, I think that these guys just know what they're doing so much. It's almost like they're robots when they're going around here. It's like watching AI racing. They're just so consistent. But isn't that BMW menacing behind the camera, though? He looks like he's really closing. But every so often he just drops off a little bit. Here is the moment from before.
Yeah, the Arnold Huang part 2 electric boogaloo from these two. So Huang going up the inside of Arnold. Oh, he's gone up over the softest curb, so it wasn't exactly as though it was a wipeout, but
No.
yeah, it wasn't great. No doubt this direction will be having a look at that. I've just noticed, actually, Garcia, second in the championship, Odox Motorsport, that number 14 car, dropped outside the top 23. He's in the pits with a drive-through penalty, so that could be track limits. I believe it is. We'll get confirmation of that soon, but Garcia... second in the championship, outside the top 20 now, and serving a drive-through penalty.
It's awful stuff. This is the original moment then between Sean Arnold and Huang on the right-hand side. You can see Sean just goes over. It's only a tiny touch, but it's like he didn't know he was there. He then cuts the nose off the Ferrari as well, but to be fair, makes the corner. I think maybe that he just went in a little bit deep just because of the contact. He might have unsettled the car, but for me, he turned in. Huang just tapped the curb a little bit, and then unfortunately there wasn't really anything else he could do there. Two cars don't really go through Variante Alta side by side. I'm not sure if anybody's noticed by now, but people still go for it there. And in all honesty, from my perspective, I don't know why you would, as the John Lacey Aston Martin there of DeSalvo just giving Di McCormack a little bit of a taste of the grass, but trying to get it out of Tosa as quickly as possible. But yeah, from my perspective, trying to make a move into Variante Alta, there's not really much point, because even if you're down the inside and you get the car stopped, you've compromised your line massively, you've slowed both of you down, and then if there's anybody ahead of you, then there's no point, because you're going to lose time to them. You may as well just line it up for a good exit, just focus on it as much as you can, and then crack on with it. And we've got a big train of cars now behind Huang, with Fly, Barrier and Baranski just in there. Hopefully nobody flies into the barrier, especially not Baranski, because that would be almost race ending for these guys. But look at this now. You've got Huang trying to get past. Is that Arnold a lap down? I'm confused. I think it is. I think that's Sean Arnold a lap down, you know.
Oh dear.
It is as well. Yeah, it is. It is the number 57 Mercedes, I'm pretty sure. I'm just going to scroll back down our timing here. It's actually Machkowski has taken over at the wheel of that Mercedes now. So it's a different driver, and they've both had contact with each other already, but with his teammate at the wheel. So let's see how this goes down in the bottom right of your shot. You can see now he's lapping him. I know that in certain GT3 rules you don't have to get out of the way, but Machkowski is blocking him, and that for me, I don't want to influence stewards or anything, because that's not what us commentators do, but that's not on for me, that, Connor. What do you reckon? And now look, he's lost Huang a position by blocking him.
It was very interesting incident, actually, that was taking part in the Moto3 World Championship, where Albert Arenas was a lap down, and he had ridiculous pace, and he got himself involved in a scrap with the lead, and just so happened to push his nearest rival in the championship out wide, and he got away with it penalty free going into the last race of the season, and ended up winning the championship. There was a whole big commotion over him not getting a penalty for that. It's a really tough one. I mean, when you have the pace and you're a lap down, there's 3 hours 14 minutes to go, you still have every right to try and make your way up through the field. But I understand again, of course, the other side of things, where he doesn't have the pace there, and he's now blocking the rest of the guys. And on a track that's notoriously difficult to get a pass done without compromising yourself, I completely understand the drivers behind getting very, very frustrated. Now Huang has indeed lost a position there. So yeah, it's a difficult one. It all comes down to how much do you care about sportsmanship, essentially. Legally you'll probably be fine without copping a penalty, but it comes down to your respect for the other drivers and how much you respect the race. So, and now Matkowski has a drive-through for track limits, so that won't factor in too much now, as we see DeSalvo come around the outside of Toza, trying to get the run up the hill, but that BMW will see the punch out of the corner now that BMW does get the Aston. Though DeSalvo did get a good run out of the corner, maybe better than Samir Ibrahimi, but Ibrahimi has the inside line, and DeSalvo's still trying to find his way around the outside. Ibrahimi gives him room, to be fair. I would have shoved him out wide there. To be honest, I would have sent him to the car park there if he wants to go around the outside, but Ibrahimi was a lot cleaner. And now he loses the run up the hill. DeSalvo comes back. These two have been side by side through Aqua Minerale, through Toza, just about everywhere on this track that you wouldn't expect to be side by side.
That was beautiful stuff there from DeSalvo. Fantastic cutback on the BMW. Nicely played. And through also has gone McCormack as well. He's taken advantage of this situation. That was excellent racing. Like you say, he could have easily run him out of road there and put him out wide, but there was just nice respect between the two of them. And as you said before, with the whole Huang and Mashkovsky incident, if it comes to a point later in the season where they're lapping them... Oh, in the top left, sorry, apologies, I missed that.
Yeah, I don't know who that was. That basically just didn't seem like he was going to break there, and went up over the curbs and clattered into Huang. I don't actually know how Huang didn't spin out there, and there's another little love tap for your troubles, and that is a bit of a disaster for Igor. But yeah, that was scary from what we could see in the top left corner.
Yeah, it was Karsten in the Lamborghini, wasn't it? I thought it might have been the GTWR Lambo, but that's a white car, not a silver one. But yeah, a bit of a scary moment there for everybody involved. We've seen a couple of teams have a few of them so far. Just shows you there was the Audi's clipped the grass, and he's gone to go straight on there. That was Luis Fly in the 144, and he's going to fly off essentially if he does that again. But that's what I was talking about before. These drivers are being so close. Look at them there running into the Villeneuve chicane. They're using so much of that runoff. They're getting onto the red stripe and still not hitting the grass. It's fantastic accuracy, but you've got to think they are human. You can't do that lap after lap after lap. And Luis Fly has proved that to us there. Had a bit of a tough race so far, though, that Audi, haven't they? Because they've been really, really fast, but they've just had these odd little incidents and battles here and there that's just kept them further down the order, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and we've seen that priority caught up in an incident that really just wasn't their fault. But DeSalvo was just... I'm stunned at how quickly DeSalvo was pulled away from this group. He got to the front of it, and then he's just shot off like a bullet. 1.6 he's gained in one lap. So DeSalvo has pace. Watch out for that Aston Martin. The top Aston Martin in this field, one of the only Aston Martins, of course. You can see the number 995 in the Aston in 22nd place. But DeSalvo is absolutely shot like a bolt from this group. He spread the gap to Darren McCormack, and now he's going to be pushing to try and close those 6 seconds back to Thibaut Props.
On board here with Samuel Ratz in the Racing Line Motorsport Ferrari. Wonderful view from inside the grille of this legendary machine. Look at the speed of it down the straight. It's almost like Gregor Schill had nothing there, top end. And the Ferrari was known for a long time for having a fantastic top speed. And look at that. Through Tamburello. Thank you very much. And through he goes. And the 57 is apparently DNFing from the race because they got a drive-through for track limits. They weren't pleased about getting hit. And unfortunately, that has led to the end of their race. So we've lost one car already. We move on. And Samir Ibrahimi moves on because he wants to pick up more positions, doesn't he, Connall? He's had a really good drive so far in this Renvelten BMW.
Yeah, he hit his peak at the 8th place there, and obviously we've seen DeSalvo passing him and McCormack slipping through when those two were battling. So McCormack slipped his way through and got himself up into 9th place, and now Ibrahimi is still being pressured by David Martinez. The Moldovan is only 4/10 off Samir Ibrahimi. But that number 1 car definitely showing up a lot more than in Barcelona. It's great to see. Obviously, you don't like to see Ren Welton guys as much as we know Ibrahimi and Chris Hope and Vicky Thompson, etc. Those guys, we don't want to see them go from champions in the first season to outside the top 20 in the next season. And it's definitely not where they should be, outside the top 20 in terms of their driving talent. We know the pace of Hope and Ibrahimi and Vicky. All those drivers are quality drivers and they've every right to be in the top 10. They just really, really struggled at Barcelona. And now it's great to see them here up at the sharp end once again.
Yeah, it is indeed. And in an unlikely car as well. You know, I mean, the BMW may have its successes, but it's not always the first car of choice here in any sort of GT3 racing. Or on a set of course of competition. This is Josh Martin, making sure he uses all of the road here, trying to get past the number 252 Lamborghini of Alexander Karsten. That's the two-season endurance team white Lamborghini. Looks like he's the only driver in that car today, based on the entry list, which is interesting to see. So a solo effort from him potentially, which is heroic. Not sure whether that'll count or not, because surely he's got a stint timer or something that he's got to pay attention to. We'll have to get confirmation from Michael Hamlet on that one when he's back. But Josh Martin still pushing to try and get through in the Coach Dave Academy Lexus. And to be honest, the Lexus looks all good in just matte black, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, it's like a stealth livery, isn't it? Or one of those testing liveries you see that's just pure carbon fibre. I love it. I'm a big fan. We've seen the was it the race for Cat guys in the first season of the Endurance Cup had almost that, like a black sort of stealth livery.
Yeah, the Aston Martin.
Yeah, big fan.
Yeah, it looks good indeed. It's always nice to have a plain livery. It just shows you the curves of the car and all of the panel lines and angles. It just doesn't distort the shape of the car in any way. And this, speaking of nice liveries, here is Pim van Mil in the NBR Mercedes, now the Evo. That livery suits the normal Mercedes AMG, but the Evo version looks even more wonderful like that. Probably one of my favourite liveries on the grid, that is, because who doesn't love a gradient, especially when it's nice warm colours like that as well. And this is where everybody thinks, but Chaz, all your gradients on your branding are blue, which is not a warm colour. You would be right, but I believe that Mercedes looks fantastic with the white, yellow and magenta all over it. Down in 28th position at the moment, just trying to catch Misachi in the Lexus, who of course was one of the cars that started really high up, but got into contact just out of the first couple of corners as it bunched up. And now they're right down there in 27th with them behind. There was the Benetton, the smoked salmon and fries Ferrari. This is the Forza Italia.pl esports team car, the number 500 team, with Adam Dubiel at the wheel. He's chasing down another Ferrari in front of him, which I believe is a lap down on them. I think, as I look down at the timing, I think that's Tavenari. It is in the number 87 car. He's just one of the victims of the incident with the McLaren. As the McLaren came back on, the Team Jensen RJN car, the Jensen Rocket RJN car, I should say. As they came back on, they turned the Ferrari around, and unfortunately that was that. You can see Dubiel flashing the lights now, saying, come on, out of the way, sunshine, I need to get on with it. Has a really poor run through Aqua Minerale. Behind him as well, he's got the Aston Martin of Tozzato, and he's pushing hard indeed. That is the number 72 LAC Aston Martin. Actually, I was under the impression that we weren't getting that car today, but seems we do have it. Michael Tanitsa is usually at the wheel, that with Delcamo and Vatero, but we have instead Mr. Tozzato behind the wheel, so that's a surprise to me, Connall.
As we see, sorry, I lost my audio a little bit there, Chaz, for a minute.
Apologies.
So, yeah, Adam Dubiel, the number 500 in the Ferrari. I think it might have a shout for my favourite livery, even though it's relatively plain. I hope it's not an in-game livery. Please don't say it's an in-game livery, because I'm trying to pick someone who's put time and effort into it. See, Lucas Cruiser. Now, Lucas Cruiser, I actually wanted to shout him out earlier. Lucas, in a few of these series, we've seen him at the start of the Sprint Cup, absolutely rapid. And then he sort of, I don't know, for whatever reasons, him and the team just sort of dropped off a little bit, having a few incidents here and there, staying outside the top 15 or top 20. It's great to see Lucas Cruiser showing what he can do. It's great to see Lucas Cruiser inside the top 5 again, battling at the front. We've seen him in the Sprint Cup, and we've seen him as a pole hound essentially. But he's back, and he's back with a bang here in 4th position. And it is fantastic to see. And he's not a million miles off Giorgio Simonini. So Simonini does not have that podium wrapped up. There's the Jensen Team Rocket Car, who we've seen absolutely nothing of. Who obviously was caught up in the first lap incident. So yeah, the Jensen Team car, Michael Brand, I think it is, in that car at the minute, having obviously a struggle with that first lap incident and the damage that came with it. But yeah, so I was looking at Simonini's gap to Kisser. It's 11 seconds from Cruiser to Simonini. So Simonini, if things keep going the way they're going, has that 3rd place wrapped up.
Yeah, there's so many aspects in a race like this that can completely change your performance, not just in how quickly you drive, but how quickly the car is consistently. And that's what I love about these sorts of races, that we get these different drivers in each car. Some of them 2 drivers, some 3 or even 4. Like the 991 Porsche, for example, they've got 4 guys racing in their car. The Silver Racing Team 808 machine, the Mercedes, further down the order. They also have... Actually, I say that car's just at the bottom of your shot now, actually. Just ahead as we look at Kaminsky in the 995 Keck Esports Aston Martin. I was just about to say, why is it not plum purple? But it is. It's just a very pretty livery. And all of their beautiful day glow yellow all over it as well. They do have a message on the... Oh no, sorry, it's just a logo on the rear wing. Good looking, good sounding car though, the Aston Martin. Certainly is flying. Kaminsky now 3.8 seconds off Baranski, ahead of him in the 808 Mercedes. That is one of the cars with 4 drivers driving in that one. There's a lot of Sidemax Motorworks guys out there. There's 3 guys driving in the 95 machine, 2 of them in the 96 and 2 in the 99. Of course, Neil van der Kokelt behind the wheel of that at the moment. There he is, just coming out of Tamburello down towards the Villeneuve chicane. And look how much, look at the amount of runoff that they use on the way in. It's such a forgiving circuit in that way, isn't it, Connall? But in other ways, as we've seen and as we've spoken about, it really does bite you in the backside if you try and push your luck here.
Yeah, absolutely that. I mean, we've talked about it before, the flow on tracks really just, if you mess your run up, you're really going to have a struggle. Whereas if you think about, I'm trying to think of certain sections which are quite stop-start. If you think of, for instance, a couple of sectors of the track at Zolder, where if you make a mistake there, you've lost 2/10 there at that sector alone, and you can sort of recover it okay, relatively okay, or you can have a late apex into the corner if you're on a little bit wide, hook it back up and still get the drive out and recover quite well. Whereas in this track, there's not really many spots where if you do make a mistake, you can defend. Like if you make a mistake here, as in go into the gravel at the last corner, Tivo props, it's going to ruin my example there. But if you run into the gravel there at the last corner, you've just killed your drive, and if you're 3 or 4 cars behind, it's such a long straight that they're pretty much going to get, all of them are going to get you. As we see now, on the 3-hour mark, 3 hours and 30 minutes to go, the drivers are diving into the pits. It'll be interesting to see, will they adjust their PSIs a little bit to account for the now dropping track temperatures, gone down 2 degrees there within the past 15 minutes. So we'll see how the changes are made, and we'll see who is jumping into the cars now with the driver swaps.
Yep, this is one of the interesting parts of the race now. We get to see people's strategies being played. Cards close to your chest, no more. We're now within 3 hours of the finish of this race. 1 hour underway. And, well, very excited to see what continues here. We will be taking a break in just a few minutes' time. We're just going to see our way through the first pit window, and then we'll just take a quick advert break. And we do obviously want to thank our partners, of course, here at the SimGrid, Coach Dave Academy and Thrustmaster. I'm very, very pleased to have them on board. And thanks again to Mike Yao from Simply Race, our wonderful broadcaster, doing a great job as ever. Even with a little technical issue before, boom, sorted, back on it. and that's what you get from a professional. Thank you everybody in chat so far as well for giving in your feedback and your thoughts of what's going on. We've got teams updating us in the chat as well, saying this is what's happening to our car, this is what's going on. We love that sort of stuff, so keep that coming in. And here is Alaric Enslin in the 888 Coach Dave Academy Lexus, of course, taking over from Gregor Schill. And just coming to you for a second, Connall, when they get another driver in the car and you come out partway through an endurance race like this, what do you think is the first thing that goes through your head on a consistent basis?
Well, it's difficult actually to jump in mid-race, as we've seen with some of these drivers take a long while to get into it. And when I say a long while, I mean a couple of laps. But those couple of laps could be crucial to you losing a couple of positions here or there. There's some drivers who just get in the car midway through the race and just be quick straight from the first lap, which is sort of scary in my eyes, because I do take a while to get dialed in. But yeah, so instantly you obviously have been watching the race from the rest of your team's perspective, and in SEC you can watch from the onboard essentially if you're connected to the server. So you'll have been watching the race, you'll know what's been going on, you know who has the pace, what times you want to be hitting. But at the same time, you're out, you don't know the track conditions. You've done your practice, you've obviously done enough practice here, especially if you're Prime or you're one of the better teams in this series. You'll have been well prepped for this event, but even still, you're not in that rhythm just yet. Whereas the other driver has just done 2 hours and is very much comfortably in a rhythm. So I think what's important is to not get ahead of yourself. Say, for instance, you're a second or a second and a half off in your first flying lap. It's very important not to get panicking and just settle yourself into it. Just stay calm, stay relaxed, and get into that rhythm. Whereas if you see yourself a second off in the first lap, feeling like you need to catch or not be caught by the car behind, who's been out for 2 hours and he's in a comfortable rhythm, he's lapping a second fast, it's easy then to try and jump the gun and make that mistake.
Oh, as we've just seen, Josh Martin pointed out in the chat, this is Coach Dave chasing down Coach Dave, and Coach Dave has just got past Coach Dave. He gives him a little bit of a wave to say, hi Coach Dave, it's Coach Dave here. Through he goes and up into 24th place. David Perrell in the 505 Lexus, sorry, 23rd place, my apologies. He will now be 21st with 2 of the cars being in the pits, but they are 2 teammate cars and they're very close together as well still. Obviously Alaric Enslin just behind him there as all the Lamborghini's just gone off in front. That was Chumley Pageant of Power in the number 252 machine, unfortunately, doing the pageant of gravel through Tamburello. And now, as you can see, David Perrell up to 18th place after being 24th the lap before. So, including pit stops, that's some very, very good going. That.
Yeah, it's not bad. You'd rather do no work to make the way up through the field than do any work. Yeah, Dave got gifted it there, didn't he? And Anson behind us would follow suit for sure. So it'll be interesting to see Coach Dave battling Coach Dave Academy car. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, it's one of those. I've seen this before actually in another sim where there was 2 cars run by the same team. One of them, there's a Ferrari off. Is that the 87? It is. That was a 2 team cars together. One of them being driven by the 2 team managers, the manager and co-manager of said sim racing team. And it was one of those moments where the guys in front are thinking, do we let them through easily because they're our bosses, or do we have a fight? And yeah, they didn't let them through. They had a fight and the bosses spun trying to overtake them, which was hilarious. But yeah, when you're in those moments, you sort of have a bit of a grin to yourself and a bit of a laugh, because you just know that you're going to have some fun racing with them. And obviously you know the whole situation, the structure between you and them. So it adds a bit more fun into a very, very serious race like this. But I think that David is now going to just try and clear his teammates and run further away. This is Samuel Chumley for the 2S Endurance Team white car. So he's obviously the other driver in that. I thought it was just the one when it was Karsten before. But Sam now taking over, so it's not just a solo effort, which is good news for Karsten, of course. But what we're going to do, everybody, is just go to a very quick advert break here on the sim grid, which Mike Yao is going to just switch over to in a moment. We're 3 hours now from the end of this race, a quarter of the way through here at Imola, And it's a very, very straightforward affair at the moment for your race leaders, which are, as he scrolls up, the number 96 Sidemax Motorworks Mercedes, sans pit stop. But obviously, all of this is going to change very quickly. There is Kisser in the 999 car. So it's obviously showing that I've got something wrong there. But this is the ambassadors for Ren Welton Machine leading the way. We'll be back with you in a few minutes. Thank you very much for your patience there, everybody. Thank you, as always, to Coach Dave Academy and Thrustmaster, our partners. Chaz Draycott here with Connall Courtney in the box for the SimGrid Endurance Cup Season 2, Round 2 here from Imola, also known, of course, as Autodromo Internazionale Enzo I Ferrari. But these guys are not having the easiest time so far, Connall. It's going to be getting dark as this race goes on. It's a very narrow circuit, it's a very windy circuit, but we've just had news in as well that the 149 Mercedes that was leading the race has dropped to third after a slow stop.
Indeed they have, and there's Andrea Capaccia in the car now. We know the talent obviously of Capaccia. Statsenko had a fantastic stint, of course, leading away by a comfortable margin, but it wasn't as though they were leading by maybe a second and were just a wee bit off in the pits. They were about 8 seconds in the lead, and then have lost 2 positions in pit lane, and not only lost 2 positions, they're 11 seconds back, so goodness knows what was happening then. Maybe he couldn't get his hardware sorted to get the car fired up. It's hard to know, as we see some close racing there between the Audi and the Lamborghini. But yeah, I'd love to know what happened to that Yas Heat team, and really, with GTWR having they were sitting in 3rd position at that time with Simonini. Pfeffer's in the car now, the 157. Yas Heat need to win this to get back into the championship hunt. So yeah, they're going to have to not only gain 11 seconds, well 14 seconds to the leader, but they're going to have to then open the gap again and do all that hard work all over again.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be a very, very difficult afternoon if they try to squeeze all that into a 2-hour race and 50 minutes. But we've seen stranger things happen in motorsport. Now that was Conto Giannis getting past Francesco Dondi in the GTWR Lamborghini there. So Conto Giannis flying further back up the order in this Audi, just to try and recover somewhat from a bit of an interesting first stint. We've been told the 149 actually got hit at Tamburello, so that's where that sort of drop in positions has happened, unfortunately. Andrea Capaccia, like you say, behind the wheel of this car now, doing his very best, and it's now Kisser leading the way. And Pfeffer in 2nd place. He was a real star in the Spa 24 hours. Absolute hero in that race. And look at this now. We have that's the number 14 Mercedes, is it not? Just closing up behind Capaccia. I believe the 14 Mercedes has pitted. They're down in 29th place at the moment. That's Raul Suarez at the wheel. You can just see the intent of how quick that Merc is at the moment. Really flying. But these Mercedes, you know, they look good so far, but that little sort of snap on the brakes seemed to be their weakness early on. But when they get the tyres warm and they crack on, it doesn't seem to be that bad.
No, it doesn't at all. And obviously, from qualifying, we could tell that the Mercedes was the favourite for this race win. And then, of course, we had Statsenko clearing off at the front. So the Mercedes is the car here. But in saying that, we have seen a couple of Mercedes make mistakes. So it isn't like they're absolutely on rails here. They just, once you get it right, as we see again, Capaccia getting a little bit loose at the rear. He wants to just settle himself because he has some quick guys behind him. Lucas Cruiser is only 1.7 up the road, and that is Garcia, I believe, just behind Andrea Capaccio here. Now that was a lap down, but I don't think Garcia will care too much about making his way past on Capaccio if he can, because he wants to unlock himself for sure and maintain that fight in the championship. He's obviously not having the best of races, but it is what it is. You're going to have to still do damage limitation. Of course, there's 3 hours to go. There's plenty of time to make up some positions as he makes a little bit of mistake there. And then again, we're seeing, so myself and Chaz have been talking about here, a little mistake there. He just ran a little bit wide, but look at the gap. He's lost a position there. And look at the gap he's lost to Andrea Capaccio. That is just the perfect example of how hard it is around this track. You have to stay so consistent to not lose any positions, and that's why it's impressive when people can defend around this track, really, because it is so hard to stay consistent. As we see Chen in 17th with a drive-through penalty. We're starting to see, I believe that's the second one on my count, for track limits, so we're starting to see track limits become a bit of an issue for a few teams. When or if will that bite some of the championship leaders?
Yeah, it's a narrow circuit, as I keep saying, so easy for them to overdo it here and step over the track limits. Those sort of run-off areas are always there. I believe, we are going to get a view of the 149 now. The Ferrari closing up very much so. Oh, he just drives straight into the back of him. And, big hit there with the 500 Ferrari as well. Not really sure what the 87 was doing there. I mean, you can follow closely, but you've got to be aware that the car in front will slow down. Bit dangerous to do a 1-point turn, 3-point turn in the middle of the road like that. He was better getting it on the grass and just drive it along there, but decided to keep it off said grass. Fortunate that it's still up there in the top 3 though, because to be honest, Connall, that could have been a lot worse, couldn't it?
That was a huge shot. Now, was that when Capaccio jumped into the car, or was that when Statsenko was still in the car?
That would have been when Statsenko was still in it, because that was on lap 36. So that was 6 laps ago now.
Yeah.
They pitted about 5 laps ago, didn't they?
Yeah, that's terrible. That's so unlucky. I feel terrible for him for all that hard work that Mikhail Statsenko did, and then only for it to be absolutely ruined by what you have to say, not their fault at all. And they've just dropped back to 3rd position. And now, sometimes when things just are going your way, they just keep on rolling. And look at the benefit. The team that is benefiting to me is the 157 car, as we're going to see another replay of the incident. Same angle, although we're focusing on that Ferrari. Just carried a bit more corner speed and spun him around. Maybe expected the 149 to be a little faster through there. The 149 did appear to be a little bit slow through that sector, but maybe that was just on an in-lap. The tyres were cooked, and he was about to make a pit stop. So that's terrible luck for the leaders. But again, I mean, I think that's the first time, at least from my memory, Chaz, that the leaders have been burned as such by getting caught up with traffic. But we've seen loads of front runners throughout Endurance Cup and the World Cup collide with people who they weren't actually racing for position, and that's just a product of endurance racing. And that's what makes a 30-second lead, say, for example, in an endurance race, not comfortable. Because if you get involved in an incident like that and you hit a wall or something, you're in the pits.
Yeah, definitely. It's nobody's immune from these things. For me, though, I mean, looking back at it from when we were on board there, you could see that the 149 Mercedes on the apex just suddenly was a lot slower. There seemed to be some little effect of rubber banding maybe from one car to the next. Obviously, please do remember, everybody, that this, below everything else, at the very surface of this, it's online racing, isn't it? They rely on connections and data being passed from one car to the next, from all the cars to us, and so on. So one little sort of mismatch of data or a bit of a slower communication of data can cause something like that, which is known as netcode. But yeah, it just seems to be a bit slower on the apex, and then the contact spins the car around, unfortunately. But they've carried on, which is good. They're in 3rd place and they're still continuing, but a bit more work to do now. Does, however, mean that Fefe in the number 157 Lambo is up to 2nd. Here's the 995 Keck Esports Aston Martin of Jonas van Druten, with Samuel Chumley just in front. in the Lamborghini. Love these Aston Martins. Absolutely love them. Sound amazing. They look brilliant. Such an aggressive car. Some of the best British engineering. Bit sideways for Itosa though, and look at that. This is what you were talking about before, wasn't it, Connall? One tiny mistake and just a run out of a corner is ruined, and especially around here, punch out of the corner is everything at Imola.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's exactly when you think of a car that can punch out of the corner, you think that BMW, and that is why the BMW has been so hard to pass. And obviously that's, I mean, it's not all down to the car, of course. Remu's driving absolutely phenomenally, but it certainly helps when you have a car that is quick and can punch out of the corner. They get that run, especially down into T1. Here, for instance, you get the punch. Oh, that's no punch out of the corner there for the Lamborghini. That was a very easy pass there from Van Druten and the Cat Esports team. And that's what you want, because you don't want to be making a dive bomb here down into Ravazza, because it is very, very hard to make it stick without getting involved or doing something like that. Thank you, Van Druten, for proving my point of how difficult Ravazza is. Sometimes the drivers like to make us look like some fools here by instantly discrediting anything anything we say. But yeah, for that time Van Druten was trying to be very helpful with the commentary team, so thank you.
One thing I would like to point out as well is that Ren Belton Online have just mentioned it in the YouTube chat. A lot of the time in sim racing you get this whole, I've spent 1,500 quid on the direct drive wheel, so I'm going to be faster. Sometimes, I won't lie, I've seen that is to be true, because you can feel more of the car, you get a lot more force through the wheel, so you can tell a bit more often when there's understeer and so on. But they're actually pointing out that at the moment you've got Lars Kisser at the front of the field, who's driving an office chair on a Logitech G29, which by no means is the sort of top end of the spec when it comes to racing wheels and hardware, but he's doing a mega job of it all the same, isn't he? I mean, it's a very plasticky wheel compared to something like your sort of Simmercube base, and get like a Cube Controls rim on it or something like that. But yeah, he's doing a good job with that so far. Leading a race of this prestige anyway, with that sort of hardware. Good going in all standards, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a great advert. Obviously, it's easy to be watching certain driver streams and to be looking at Fanatec and other manufacturers of equipment, and to be, you know, obviously checking the price. And for some people to spend you know, certain amounts of money and huge amounts of money on disposable income like that, it's not feasible. So it can put people off getting into sim racing. But there's a perfect example, you know, Kisser. He's leading the race. He's leading possibly one of the most competitive grids I've ever seen in a set of Corsa Competizione, and he's driving what you'd have to say is, you know, the budget wheel, and the one that's targeting the casual sim racer, if there ever is one. So it's absolutely fantastic advert, and hopefully, you know, stuff like this and understanding that you can be fast with equipment like that really brings more people to the sim racing world.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I raced for, I think, nearly 4 years on a Logitech Driving Force GT that I got £40, I think I got it for, second hand. And, you know, I won races on that. I did a lot of sim racing on it, even with the little stick shifter that it comes with on the side of it. And it was a great wheel. You know, a lot of them all serve the same purpose. A lot of it's just down to how much force feedback you can get and how much feel you can get out of the car, how accurate they are and reliable, and so on. Dead Pixel saying, yeah, there's nothing wrong with the G29. No, don't get me wrong. You know, I'm not saying there is anything wrong with it. It's just that compared to a lot of other hardware that you get, which is, you know, in relative terms, it is priced for what you get. It's often, it doesn't give as much force feedback as something like a direct drive wheel would. So, you know, it's certainly a good wheel for what it is, and the G920 as well. I think they've just brought out, is it the G923 or something like that they've called it? Which again, another good wheel from Logitech. They do some very, very strong stuff indeed. I run Thrustmaster kit and Fanatec pedals. You know, sometimes people mix it up. I know a lot of people that use Heusinkveld pedals as well. Apparently that's how you say it. But still, the battle of hardware is one to be left for the forums for now, because the battle on track is David Martinez sandwiched between two BMWs. It's almost like we've got a little parade here of GT3 cars that are being phased out. We've got the first iteration of the Mercedes AMG GT3, and the two BMW M6 GT3s either side of it. You can see Noyox there moving out slightly just to show Martinez that he's still there. As Connall pointed out earlier very kindly, it's a Moldovan flag, not a Romanian flag, which I should know because I'm a huge fan of flags. I love just knowing what flag associates with what country, but yeah, can't always get it right. I'm a commentator. I get it wrong. Anyway, Chris Hoke just in front in that number 1 BMW, trying to hold his ground here. We know David Martinez is fast. He won a round of the Endurance Cup last season with his Race for Cat teammates in their wonderful Aston Martin, which I believe was the number 155 car there as well. And Renvelt Online confirming the G29 is a solid wheel. It really is. Really is. But at the moment, we've got a bit of a sort of stalemate elsewhere with positions here, Connall. We're in that part of the race now where drivers are really into a rhythm. They've just got their newer drivers in. The second part of the race underway for them. As wow, from, well, he was almost in France then, he was that far back, was Noyox, but through he goes in the BMW. Feisty move down the inside. That was a big send into Tosa, and it was good that Martinez saw that coming. You know, he gave him the room and he thought, I ain't getting in the way of that, mate. Off you go. That was very, very strong stuff.
Yeah, it was forceful, and almost, you know, you can tell by the way someone's driving what their intentions are. So you see a guy sitting back, maybe just having a look here and there, but not making any harsh manoeuvres. You know that they feel as though this is their limit, and they don't really feel like they can catch maybe the group that's 5-6 seconds ahead. When you see a forceful move like that, you just know that driver is looking way past the cars directly in front of him. He is looking to a group ahead of him. And just on cue, Niels is actually the fastest driver on track, so that's a prime example of that. He wants to get through this, well, I say traffic, but realistically, it's not much traffic when you're talking about guys like Chris Hoke and Darren McCormick, guys like that. But yeah, we were talking actually, Chaz, there about the Yas Heat incident of the one-time leaders getting caught up with that Ferrari. It was on Andrea Capacci's outlap that incident happened, so that is potentially why that Mercedes was so slow. It was the first 3 quarters that Capacci was hitting in this race. Tires were cold, etc. So yeah, I mean, it's difficult for obviously the Ferrari to know who's in every car, but yeah, it's a tough one. If he's seen Capacci coming out of pit lane, I don't know if there's much of an excuse for that. I should have really considered that. But then again, if he didn't see him, how is he supposed to know? He's in his own race. How is he supposed to know that Capacci was on night lap? So it's a difficult one. It really is.
Yeah, it's a hard situation to get your head around sometimes, because even if you're a lapped car as well, you know, you've got all these drivers that are very, very close to you, and they're all at different parts of their race, especially if you've had an incident that's put you back into the pack as well. You know, you're in a bit of no man's land, as David Perrell nearly goes into a bit of no man's land there as well. He's got his Coach Dave Academy teammate. Nice to see the variation in the liveries, actually. We've got the black front end on one of the Lexuses and the white Lexus front end on the other one. It's nice to see. Quite like that. But yeah, David Perrell at the moment against Alaric Enslin. These two were right together before. 2 teammates, of course, of Coach Dave Academy. Down into Agua Minerale once again. They've got Beck just ahead in the 144 Audi as well. And that's another car that's really been in the fight so far. All up and down the order. Here's this BMW battle again. Nils Noyox just down the inside of Chris Hoke. Tries it at Tamburello, doesn't work, and now he's lost momentum. And here comes David Martinez. He's trying to squeeze along. Look at that, over to the left now as well. Noyox is not scared of getting his elbows out and having a good old dice here for G2 Esports. Now is he going to send it down the inside of Tosa again? He looks to the inside just to try and scare Chris Hoke that little bit. Nothing doing there. David Martinez moves around, weaving behind him as if to say, what are you doing? Stop weaving. And yeah, we just had a comment in chat saying that Dead Pixels has the G29, but he's looking for better pedals. So obviously, here on the sim grid, we would suggest Thrustmaster TLCM pedals, their new load cell Wonder pedals, which are fantastic for the price. Of course, Thrustmaster here, partner on the sim grid, and we're very grateful to have them on board. But yes, Thrustmaster TLCMs. If you're in the market for pedals but don't want to spend an absolute fortune, look for those. As Niels Noyax was in the market for a bit of understeer and then oversteer, then wasn't he, Connall? That was very lively out of there.
Yeah, you can tell he is pushing. As soon as he became the fastest driver on the track, he has looked very, very aggressive, and he is pushing Samir Ibrahimi all the way. It'll be interesting to see BMW on BMW. It's great to see it just come down to the driver sometimes. Obviously, we love. Oh, hello. Yeah, that's called getting your braking wrong and having a big wide Mercedes rear end in front of you and having nowhere to go. So yeah, that's very unfortunate for that beautiful car. Niels gets the run down the front straight, up the inside. No place for Chris Hope to get the cutback. Beautiful pass, and that's what you want to do on a flip-flop. Martinez around the outside of Chris Hope. He's got the run on Niels as well. He might fancy himself for a run into Villeneuve. Doesn't get it done, thinks about it, does not get it done. Maybe focusing on a run into Toza for a little bit of a dive bomb, but the punch to the BMW should keep Niels quite safe. Yes, it does, and this run up the hill could actually leave Martinez prone to a Chris Hoke attack here. That was absolutely phenomenal. Martinez really read the situation brilliantly. Niels' pass itself was fantastic, blocking off the cutback from Chris Hoke on the flip-flop chicane, and that was just great racing all around there.
That was amazing. You could just tell as well, David Martinez, he waited, he hung back, he knew something was going on. And that's the key thing to do in these situations. If you've got a battle going on in front of you, there's no point trying to put it down the inside every single corner, because you're just going to hinder yourself as well. What you ought to do is just hold back a little bit, just maintain your own line, make sure you're ready to get a good run, and that is what can happen. It was like someone gave him a massive boost in nitrous in the back of that car then. It just flew. Here's the inter-team Lexus battle here. The Coach Dave Academy cars, David Perrell with Alaric Enslin. I'm sure these aren't the first laps that these guys have done together, dicing against one another as they go back down the hill towards Aqua Minerale, onto the brakes, and then back up the hill. Very difficult to get right, very difficult not to get a penalty for track limits there as well. But this battle, you've got to think, Connall, will just be slowing them up a little bit as they try and catch up with the Audi ahead.
Yeah, you would think they would be obviously working together to try and bridge that gap, but at the same time, you want to beat your teammate, don't you? It sort of reminds me of this battle right now of the two Spider-Men pointing at each other. It's strange to see Coach Dave battling the Coach Dave Academy car, but it's brilliant to see. It's good to see the Lexus, as you said earlier in the broadcast, Chaz, the Lexus getting a good showing in this field. No Nissans. We've seen, of course, the Honda and the Nissan represented in the Sim Grid World Cup, and of course the Nissan was second, ended up second and third in the championship in the World Cup, so the Nissan was fantastic. They're not shown in the Endurance Cup, so a bit unfortunate not to see any of those two cars, because they are brilliant cars, and obviously we want to see as diverse a field as possible. But here is Tobias Pfeffer now in the GTWR car. Gap for the first time in a long while has gone down under 3 seconds. Personal best lap of the race from Tobias Pfeffer, and that is a gap that's under 3 seconds now. Kisser will be feeling the pressure. Lucas Cruiser now, where's Capacci gone? Cruiser's third, Capacci's down to 5th. So this is a disaster for the RC team. It looked as though, I mean, obviously there was 3 hours to go at that point, but it looked as though they had potential to just run away with this race win.
Yeah, it looks like maybe the damage is just affecting that car, because don't forget they had that incident and they've not been able to pit since. You can still see the damage on the back of the car as well visually, and then they've probably, it's probably not visually showing us, but there's probably a lot of damage to the front left as, oh, and I was just about to say there's a Lamborghini off, and then off goes the number 14 as well, just behind them. Wow, that was a very, very big off there. That was Raul Suarez, and he flies off into the gravel. That was as Michael Hamlet just goes in the background, he goes, as they do. But we've seen that, haven't we? You know, the car snaps around and all of a sudden you've got a spin on your hands. We've actually got the number 30, sorry, I was just trying to find out which of the Lamborghinis it was. I think it's not Anuferev who's in the like and subscribe car. I think it's Yuk Chan Further back in the 435 Lamborghini, it was also off the road there as well. Just going to make sure that I'm right on that one. I'm probably not. Yes, it was Team 99, the bright green Lamborghini Huracan, that was off at the side of the road. But now look at this. David Perel's been able to open up the gap slightly to his teammate. And now he's starting to catch up with the back of the number 144 Audi, which is Julian Beck for VMS Rating OT, the R8 LMS Evo. And that Lexus, it seems like, I'm not sure if you'll agree here, Connall, because you've driven it obviously more than I have. I've only done a handful of laps in this car, but it seems like one of those cars that when you overwork the tyres, if you just look after it a little bit, they can come back slightly for a while. You know, you can sort of reinstall a bit of the life in those tyres by just taking care of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. From my experience, you can recover it a little bit as soon as you bring those PSI down a wee bit. I mean, it's not as though you're going to bring it down right to what it was, but as soon as you cool it a little bit and stop overdriving the car, you can get a bit more performance out of it. But the Lexus, having driven the Lexus and the Aston Martin around here, it feels as though, at least for me anyway, I don't know if anyone feels the same, that the Lexus, I can get a better lap time out of the Lexus, but if I want to do a race over an hour distance, I want that Aston, because the Aston Martin just feels like it is on rails, and the difference in personal best lap times is a couple of tenths. So over the course of a 4-hour race, I think I'd rather the Aston Martin, as we got on board with an Aston Martin in the John Lacey Esports Academy junior team. So it took me about 2 hours of the Barcelona race to realise that's what JS Junior stood for. But until you said it, Chaz, I had no idea.
Yeah, to be fair, the entry list is what taught me all I knew. I didn't know either. This, of course, is Leonardo Dalcamo in 22nd place at the moment, chasing down the beautiful Benetton liveried number 58 Ferrari, smoked salmon and fries, with Christopher Tverain at the wheel of that machine, up in 21st at the moment. But yeah, I know what you mean about the Aston. It looks like one of those cars that's just on rails. It always looks tight. No, Chris Hoke.
Oh,
He's had an incident at Rivazza. I'm not sure whether he got any help, whether he's tried to go around the outside of the car in front and then maybe clip the grass on the right hand side. I'm sure Mike Yao will now be scrambling for a replay for us, for which we are ever grateful. But this Ferrari's going all right, you know. They didn't do too bad at Barcelona in the first round, but just never seemed to be able to really challenge that high up. But while it looks good, it seems to be going a lot better this round as well. But that John Lacey Aston Martin behind, it's looking a bit feisty at the moment. But again, we see an example of just, if you get it slightly wrong at Variante Alta, you lose so much time before you get the run down to Rivazza. We also have a battle for P5, which is the other John Lacey Aston Martin. Here it is. Thank you, Mike. With Antonio Capoccia. Sorry, Andrea. I did that at Barcelona as well. I'm sorry, Andrea. Andrea Capoccia in the Mercedes, 5th, trying to just get by with that damage at the moment. But you've got to think, Connall, that's probably the moment that's changed their races. Here is a replay, undoubtedly, of Chris Hoke. And yes, it's the grass.
yeah, just on that curb, dipping the toe in the grass and just getting it loose into back, and out it goes. And that's such a shame. And look at them, they've dropped outside the top 10 now. They can recover though. They do have the pace. Of course, they're pressuring David Martinez there. As you've seen, David Martinez was just a tenth of a second ahead in that replay. So they do have the pace to get up inside that top 10 again. Surely that'll be their aim now. But Capoccia under the most immense pressure now from Santoro, the number 27. What a beautiful car that is. It might be my favourite car. With just the white with the just tinted blue at the back is quite stunning. But I just want to give a shout out actually. I was looking for them down the order. The 297 Lamborghini, the Huracan Drive. Now, I was surprised actually when you were doing the grid rundown, Chaz. They were essentially last. I was surprised by that because they did have good pace from my memory. At Barcelona, as we see a car getting nudged into the grass. Hello, we're coming through, we're quicker than you, get out of my way. But the 297 car, who I've just lost in the order, please don't tell me they've disconnected.
Yeah, I'm just looking for them as well. I can't see it.
please. I hope they're 295. Sorry, I said 297. It's 295 car. They're currently sitting in 27th. So it just shows you. I mean, they've made up a significant amount of positions, about 10, 15 positions there over the course of the first hour and a half of this race. So I mean, it's not all doom and gloom when you qualify near the back of the grid here, because you have a bit of racecraft. Admittedly, you have a bit of luck. You can really find yourself making positions when everyone else is faltering around you.
Can indeed. You just need a few things to fall into place, and you're already at an advantage over everybody else. We're on board with Niles Niox flying forward in this BMW. This G2 esports machine is really making a good impression around here today. The absolute brute of a BMW. Now, Capocci is having to defend again, but he just knows the inevitable is coming. And Santoro gets it wrong in Tamburello, and he's lucky not to make contact. He lost a lot of time. That Mercedes behind is not for position, but still, he's not going to be happy about being overtaken in the manner which he was before. Of course, I think, is that the... Actually, no, I've just tried to check which one of the Mercedes it was, and I've got the wrong one, I'm pretty sure. But here is Tverain again. He's also got a Jean Alesi car up behind him. They just seem to be everywhere, don't they? It's the 629 Mercedes of Niek Nippels and Pim van Mil. The NBR Mercedes is the white, magenta and yellow one. But this is Tverain now with Nowicki and Van Druten just ahead of him. So he needs to be careful not to lose a place to Delcamo, because otherwise his progress into the battle in front will be completely lost.
Yeah, 2.7 is... Oh no, the Benin.
Oh no.
Livery. Oh dear, we don't want to see it getting all dirty. Well, maybe you do, Chaz. You would think for that, the car's getting dirty. But, yeah, but the Benin livery getting shoved out wide. Capocci is still under pressure. Gap from first to second, 2.7. Pfeffer did actually his personal best sector in sector 2 until last lap. Lost it a little bit in sector 3. But pretty consistently 41.1, 41.2 for Pfeffer, whereas Kisser is a little bit more inconsistent. He did a 41 flat there last lap around, but he did a 41.6 the lap before, so he's to and fro a little bit more, but he's doing quicker laps than Pfeffer. Pfeffer's just a little bit more consistent. So when these tyres finally drop off, will that consistency from Pfeffer pay off?
No. I mean, maybe. You never know. But it's just, these races aren't just a tale of like an hour. It's just, there's so much that can go right, so much that can go wrong in the remaining 2 hours and 21 minutes that we've got. Any little, just what could just normally look like a pass on a lap car could very quickly just turn into a disaster. You know, all it takes is a bit of misjudgment on either side of what's going on, and you're met with what could be a race-ending incident. We have Santoro now in the top left of our screen, just chasing down Capoccia into Variante Alta. A pop and bang from Mercedes. Look again, just too much curb, and the run out of the corner there is just so important down the hill. It's very difficult to get it right lap after lap. Down into Rivazza, onto the brakes again, use all the runoff on the right hand side. You can see the cars just they turning in early, like really early into Rivazza, and then you see when the car responds, they're like, oh hang on, I didn't actually want to turn in that early, I was expecting understeer. This is the 808. Mercedes is down the inside, goes Delcamo. Doesn't look like that's going to quite work there. He'd have to pull off a magic trick and call himself Dynamo for that to work. But Nowicki holding on at the moment in the 808 car, obviously the Silver Racing Team machine. Half red, half black car. Looks brilliant as well. Very nice liveries. Oh, I think what's happened there? Delcamo's just letting the race leader through. Of course, the 999 car, the ambassadors for Ren Velten machine. Orange Mercedes. Looks so aggressive, just closing up on them at the moment. You've got to love it. They've put in a good drive so far, haven't they, really? I mean, they've been always up there with the pace. Not a lot has touched them so far.
Yeah, exactly that. But in saying that, Pfeffer's brought that gap down to 2.2. So that gap is coming down. Again, Kisser's times, they're quick. At times slower, significantly slower. Other times, 41.6 was his last lap round. We'll see what he does when he comes over the line. Whereas Pfeffer is just so robot-like consistent. 41.1, 41.2 every lap around for Pfeffer. 41 just breaks into 41.3 there, 41.307 compared to a 41.5 from Kisser. So Kisser stepped up his pace a little bit, but that gap is now 2 seconds. It is almost under the 2 second mark, and you have to say, if it does get brought under the 1 second mark, it's officially a battle, isn't it? Once you get under that 1 second mark, you're in that little bit of slipstream. You're a little bit far away to be affected too much by air wash, but you're in there, and you've got him right in front of you. You're breathing down his neck, and you can, if you're the lead car, you can see the car behind you just really starting to put the pressure on. So Pfeffer, he has another while to go. Of course, 18 minutes. It might not be getting him by the end of his stint, but we'll see when they get into the pits. Of course, they could actually swap the lead due to a pit stop, but who knows? But he is taking time out, 2 to 3 tenths per lap. It is down to 1.8 already.
Yeah, he's doing a fine job of it so far. He's just chipping away. That's the important thing. I mean, in races like this, it's so easy to get it wrong when you try and overdo it in catching the car in front. Because people, you know, when you've got the pace over the car in front, often they just expect to be like, right, we've got a second a lap on these guys. You know, we can really go for it and overdo it. But if you're pushing that hard and expecting that sort of gap, you're always going to leave yourself a bit disappointed if you can only take 1/10 of a second a lap out of them. But considering how close we saw it all in qualifying, you know, you've got to realistically think 1/10 of a second is good. You know, if you can take anything out of the car ahead, then I'd say you're doing a pretty good job, to be honest with you, because it's not easy, is it?
No, absolutely not. And especially, oh no, drive-through for Lucas Cruiser. Oh
no.
What a disaster. I presume that'll be for track limits. Oh, we're singing Lucas's praises. The side max guys, the number 96 car has just got themselves a drive-through penalty. Third in this race. Yes, it is. It's just been confirmed. Track limits. We said, Chaz, at the very start of this broadcast, track limits would be a factor here, and it really is proven. He's already gone into the pits and he's already lost 3 positions.
Nightmare. Absolute nightmare for them. But that's just the nature of Imola. It's easy to get it wrong, and it's easy to overdo it, and especially with the pace that these guys are trying to push out of these cars, to be honest. Santoro now finds himself in 4th place for the John Lacey Esports Academy Aston Martin. One of the real front runners from Barcelona is just behind. Capoccia goes a bit deep into Tosa. Does he get a run?
Yeah, this is a great recovery actually from the John Lacey car. Of course, we've seen them involved in that incident earlier on the race, and they're outside the top 10, so they're already up to 4th place. So yeah, good stuff from this John Lacey team, proving that they are quick, and that Aston Martin especially is quick around here and consistent.
Yeah, very true indeed. And it's again showing which cars manage their tyres well. I think that the Aston, you said it before, it feels like it's on rails. I think it's probably partly down to that, of how well it's going around here. There's not many cars that will hold on to their tyres as well. Ironically enough, we look at a Lexus right now, as we always say about the Lexus not holding its tyres. But this is now David Perel on the back, on the back of Beck, or as David would probably say, on the Beck of Beck.
Yeah, that was actually a better attempt at a South African accent than I could do. I'm not even going to attempt at anyone who's trying to pressure me into no chance. Yeah, per Dave was taking part in Simgrid Daily at Kyalami. He was running, I think he was running the Nissan actually. And I was essentially a caravan, because I left pit lane at the same time as him, possibly intentionally, and just got a tow around for about the entire 50 or 10 minute qualifying section. I was just on the back of him trying to get dragged around to a lap time. So yeah, thanks Steve if you're going to rewatch this for dragging me around to that lap around Kyalami. But yeah, good showing here in this Lexus. Clearly show, I mean, this is 45 minutes into a stint, and let me see, what was the last lap time Dave Farrell did? 41.8, so clearly showing that it's just me complaining about the tires on this Lexus. But importantly, at the front, Pfeffer really dropped off the pace in that lap time. We were talking about how consistent he was. 42.2 in that last lap round, so I don't know. I'm trying to look at his split points. Yeah, he lost a second in the final sector. He lost half a second in the final sector, so it was 2 and 3 they lost it. So, yeah, 41.4 compared to 42.3 from Pfeffer. So Pfeffer's lost a second there, and it's gone up even further to 4 seconds now from Pfeffer to Kisser. So Kisser has responded quite well, and Pfeffer has dropped off a little bit in these last 2 laps.
Yeah, it's just, you got to take the rough with the smooth with these drivers, and it seems like at the moment some of them are having a bit of a drop-off all of a sudden in performance, and then others are having a real belter. You know, it's going one way and then the other. As well, speaking of going one way then the other, that's the 252 Lamborghini trying to get a cutback on Visaggi out of the first couple of corners, but Arno does a wonderful job and now gains a position on that Lambo. And here is this battle still going on. David Perel now ahead of Beck in the Audi, and apparently Beck went wide, we've just been told. Thank you very much, Mike, behind the scenes. But yes, David just there to take advantage, and it seems like this is like rise of the Lexus now all of a sudden, Connall. Something's in the water for these Lexus, I think.
Huzzah! Yes, it's great to see. I mean, the Lexus does, when you think of the Lexus and its mechanical, there's engineering technically, it should be working around here, you know, front engine, it should drive quite well around here, and indeed it does. In my experience, it is quite a quick car around here. Obviously not a match for these Mercedes, but in saying that, I mean, we were talking about 5 Mercedes in the top 5 in qualifying. Now we're down to 3, so yeah, it's a point that it's making in an endurance race. You know, it's easy to look at hot laps and to be looking at a qualifying session here at the sim grid and go, right, well, the Mercedes is a fast car here, so why would I not pick it? But then you've seen instances for Mercedes at weird places, just losing the rear and pivoting around into a tire wall. So yeah, might not always be the best chance. If there's any advice for anyone looking to start sim racing or don't have a car of choice, please do not go with just what seems to be the fastest car. Please go with what you're comfortable with, especially in endurance races. Because if you're not comfortable in that car, there's no way you're surviving a 4-hour, 6-hour, 12-hour endurance race instant free.
Is this us now begging people just to not drive the Mercedes all
A bit.
This is what it's come to, everybody. This is what's happened to the sim grid. And apparently Michael's saying that they can drive the Mercedes all the time once AMG give them money. But this is Ross McGregor in the Jensen Team Rocket RJM car. It's a real shame to see that car that far down the order, but of course that incident on the very first lap is what put pay to their early progress. I say early progress, all they did was make it through 3 corners, but this car has real potential. We saw how well this team did in the World Cup, in the 9 hours of Kyle Army. No such luck around here at the moment, I'm afraid. 37th. They're only 1.1 seconds off the car ahead, the number 911, which has Robin Pogadal at the wheel. And to be fair, Robin is then quite a while off the car in front, so they've got a lot of work to do once they get past this point. However, it's all about the progress. You never know where you could end up. Is Lucas Cruiser trying to chase down Chris Hoke? And to be honest, I mean, just coming back to Chris Hoke, actually, we spoke about it before with that incident, but they got away with not losing too much time, didn't they, with that spin before?
Yeah, they really did get away with it, and crucially, no damage. So they only lost really 2 positions. They're back inside the top 10, and they're actually inside the top 10 because of the car behind them. Lucas Cruiser, who has got who served his drive-through penalty for track limits, another drive-through on the subject of drive-throughs, with car 87. That is for avoidable contact, and that's not what you want to be. You don't want to be getting drive-throughs for contact. But when it comes to drive-throughs for contact, that's pretty much saying it was completely your fault. But yeah, on the subject of Ross McGregor, thank you, Michael. Ross McGregor's just done his personal best lap of the race, and yeah, as you were saying, Chaz, a 1:41.8 was that personal best, so he's much faster than a lot of cars ahead of him, where he just doesn't mountain decline. I don't think the pitted though was the problem after their incident on the first lap, so they basically had to do an entire stint with a very fast driver at the wheel with a damaged car, and they were limping home. And yeah, so that's just compounded their problem. So it wasn't like they just lost all their time on the first lap. They had to then do another 58 minutes of damaged lap times. So yeah, that's really put them in a poor position. But they're pressing Robin Pagadal now for 36th place. But look at that up ahead, 39 seconds then they have to catch to get to the next car. It's not looking like a good finishing position for the Jensen team, but they're still showing here that the McLaren and them have great pace wherever they go.
Yeah, it certainly is a tall order, but yeah, Ross McGregor, definitely a quick driver. I was teammates with him in a sim racing series based on the British Touring Car Championship, actually, in the NGTC touring cars, and even though we were teammates, he made me look a right idiot. He was a hell of a lot quicker than me, hence why he's got the confidence to race in a series such as this one. Now, this is Jarzabowski for Forza Italia PL Esports team, chasing down Tyson's at the moment in the Lamborghini, the 111 machine. Behind them is Nicolas Bosselet as well in the 137. Now look at that. Jarzabowski trying to open the door down the inside. Lambo leaves him a little bit of room, not all the room in the world. There's still a tiny overlap. That was close stuff through there. Wow indeed. It was very feisty stuff from the pair of them there. Not easy to do that and get away with it around Tamburello, is it?
No, not exactly. It takes certain body parts to big ones to make that move. But yeah, that was a great move, and it's so hard again. We talk about this flow of the track a lot. So hard to make a pass around here and not disrupt your own line and not disrupt your own momentum. As yeah, passing the Aqua Minerale is not normally a thing, and then look at that. As soon as he goes a little bit wide, a little bit off the racing line, that Porsche behind was really trying to capitalise on that. It's just so difficult, really. I mean, it's a tough one. I mean, we all love the flow on tracks. You think of tracks like, well, on a personal level, when you think of bikes, you think Phillip Island, Nass and Mugello, tracks like that. When you go to cars, of course, you have here at Imola. You get to those flowing tracks, you love driving around them, but sometimes making a pass at them, it can be very, very difficult indeed. When you get to more, dipping the toe into the gravel, when you get to some of the stop-start circuits, you can actually make passes a lot easier, which in theory doesn't make sense, but when you've got those hard braking zones, you can make the passes relatively easy in comparison and not sacrifice your own momentum.
Yeah, you just need to make sure that you're doing it in a position where you're not going to lose momentum on the way out of the corner. That's the main thing. No matter what you do here at Imola, exit of the corner is key. So you need to make sure that wherever you go, you've got something ready for the exit, because even if you're trying to line up a move, or even if you go to line up a move and then don't sort of go through with it, even if you sort of back out of a move, you need to then get back onto your usual racing line as quickly as possible to ensure that you don't mess up, because we've seen drivers go for moves and then it not work, and then all of a sudden you've lost half a second, and that can be race ruin, because if you're then half a second behind the car that you're chasing, they do something and it affects you because you are that half second back. It's part of the huge domino effect that we get here in sim racing and endurance racing as well. So very interesting to see that some of these drivers still want to just try moves every single corner they get to. We're looking now at Tverain, who's still trying to hold off Dalcamo, and still managing to do it as well, Connall. That's the interesting thing here. I mean, we could always say, oh, so-and-so's trying to hold off this guy. It doesn't always work, but he's doing a good job of this so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Having a good run. And of course, we love that livery here in the broadcast booth. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. such a throwback. We love retro liveries all the time. It really does feel like, unfortunately, in the racing world, the best liveries always came with the stuff, the substances, shall we say, that aren't too healthy for you. So it's really unfortunate that we can't get liveries of the old days, the good old days, but we still have some cracking liveries, and we have some cracking liveries here in the sim grid. Now, this is the wee Huracan Drive Endurance team, the one that I was giving a little bit of a shout out earlier to, because they were essentially last on the grid, and they've made their way up through the field, so I'm very impressed with those guys. I've just looked down the time screen, actually. What is Vasily Anufriev doing in last position, 15 laps down? Like and subscribe team. Now, when we looked at the... Yeah, Vasily Anufriev on the DNF'd. Okay. So that is the issue. So the like and subscribe team have DNF'd, and that is stunning actually, when they were, for most of the World Cup, second in the championship, and the only ones who could really take it to the GTWR team. They are not having any form or any run of form, really. I mean, Chaz, from Spa 24 Hours in both the World Cup and the Endurance, ever since the Spa 24 Hours, the like and subscribe team just dropped off a cliff form-wise.
Yeah, they just, nothing seems to be going their way at the minute. They've been trying, you know, with so many different events and like race formats, but they've always shown that they've got the pace. It's just that for some reason they just end up in these incidents that they can't really avoid, or they get taken out as an innocent third party. So hopefully we see that change for them, because, you know, they've been one of the real staples in our entry lists here on the sim grid. And I think that we do have we have a lot of other teams to keep an eye on, of course, which is what we're always happy about in the commentary box. But yeah, it's a real shame for like and subscribe. As we see here, the racing line Ferrari side by side with Dondi in the 132 Lamborghini. Dondi taking a very wild ride over the curbs there. Now they've got the number 500 Ferrari just behind as well. But Marek Schintz making further progress up inside the top 10. And I'm very, very pleased with that one. Seemed like a feisty move down into Tamburello. It's not easy to do that. In just a few minutes there, everybody, we will be going to an immersion break. So anybody in the chat, let us know which kind of car you would like to go on board with. Choose a manufacturer, not a team. If you choose a specific car, like say, oh, we want to ride on board with the 191 car, you will be ignored, and we will still not consider your vote. But we do want to know, what car do you want to go on board with for what we'll call our immersion break? Should be about 5 minutes long, and then we'll have the remaining 2 hours of the race for you. The first vote comes in for the Porsche, which is interesting. Not many Porsches out there on the grid, so I agree. Be good to go on board with one of them. D. Yankovic saying Audi Evo. We do have a wonderful plethora of fantastic GT3 cars out there that we can listen to and ride on board with, of course. They all look good, they all sound good, and they all go good as well. They are very, very quick machines. But this quick machine at the moment is the Racing Line Motorsport Ferrari, certainly flying. This is Kelvin Chen, got brake pad 4, and then Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. Onto the brakes they go into very anti-alta. Now he has climbed up towards the back of this battle here with Dalcamo and Novicki. Now that Olivier Curtin is out of the way, he's pulled the curtain on his teammate's stint, you could say. They've got a bit more freedom to run away with this. Dalcamo might have a little bit more pace. Here's Valentin Barrier in the 872 Bentley. Doing a good job so far. In 11th position, not too far off the back of Dondi's car. That 500 Ferrari behind is not for position. He's a lap down. But the big old Bentley still going well around a circuit as twisty as Imola, which just shows the sort of diversity of tracks that this car can handle and how versatile it is as a GT3 car. Obviously all these cars do have incredible pace everywhere, which is nice to see, but yeah, still. D. Yankovic saying, I'd say Merc Evo, but Michael would ban me. We'll go on board. I'm going to have to decide the casting vote now. I'm having, Mike, our producer, has asked me, and Michael Hamlet has agreed. We're going to go with the Audi. the wonderful 5.2 litre V10 scream of the Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo machine will be the one that we'll ride on board with during our immersion break. Thank you, of course, to our partners, Coach Dave Academy and Thrustmaster as well. We're within 2 hours now of the final couple of moments of this race. 2 hours in the books, less than 2 hours to go in round 2 of the SimGrid Endurance Cup here, Season 2 from Imola. We'll be back with you in a few minutes, guys. Just going to take a quick break. We'll see you soon. Thank you very much for your patience there, everybody. It's always good to have a break now and then. Chaz Draycott here with Connall Courtney alongside me in the commentary box for round 2 of season 2 of the SimGrid Endurance Cup here at Imola. We've got less than 2 hours of the race to go now. We've passed the halfway point. The light is starting to fade. It's 7:20 in the evening in the sim. It's 4:15 here in the UK. Connall, we've had a bit of a lively race so far for some of these guys. We've had front runners early on dropping down. We've had some fantastic drives up through the field by other drivers as well, and certain cars doing well at certain points of their stint, other cars not so well. It's been a very, very typical endurance race, but it's been great again, hasn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. I think obviously the biggest news for those who weren't with us is that Mikhail Stasenko was leading this race and leading it relatively easily. It was about 7. Oh, there's a big hit for Alexis. Damn,
was that the 5:05? Was that the 5:05 there? That was the Coach Dave Academy car, wasn't it? David Perrell's car.
And that was a big hit, so that
Jack
would be Jack Knoller. Yeah, that was a big hit. So we will have to see what happened there. It's an old place to crash there, but yeah, Jack obviously didn't want to hear my recap of the biggest news of the past 2 hours for those that weren't with us, was that the Mikhail Stasenko was leading by about 7 seconds, 8 seconds, was leading pretty comfortably. Switch over to Capacci. Capacci is leaving pit lane in through turn 2, 3, 4. That's chicane section, and he gets spun by a Ferrari and gets hit by a car behind, and there's huge damage. So the 149 was the runaway leader for a time period, and now look, Mikhail Stasenko has inherited that car and is now in 10th position. So a lot of work to do for that Yas Heath car, and of course they need to be up there to fight for this championship, because they are championship favourites to take it to that GTWR team.
They are indeed one of our picks for the championship fight, and now looks like the job's going to get ever harder as the season goes on with things like this happening. This is Samuel Ratz, the Racing Line Motorsport Ferrari. Sami Ribrimi just in front then in the BMW. And then of course they have the Lamborghini of Thibaut Props. That's one of the GTWR machines just a little bit up the road. And it's always difficult when you know that there's a battle going on behind you, because you think surely one of those cars behind must be a bit quicker than me. Or, you know, if they're at least staying with us, then one of them's got the pace. So difficult for them to just sort of focus on their own race for now without getting distracted. There's the 149 off the circuit then. Apologies, I was just looking at my timing screen. That is the replay from before with the Lexus. Bit of an ugly incident, and the thing is, Connall, it's always down into Tamburello, isn't it? There's such a run down there that when you're on the brakes, the cars are going from their highest speed on this circuit to one of their lowest through that first chicane. It's very, very hard to get right. We'll have another look again, and I'll pay attention this time. The 149 then, it's the Lexus who's just come out of the pits, and he loses it on the brakes. He's over to the left, the car starts to snap to the right. There's no reason for him to turn right. The car just goes on the brakes. We've had somebody in the chat saying that, you know, they want to see a penalty for that, but for me that's just losing the rear end. We've seen that a couple of times already today, haven't we, Connall?
Yeah, this 149 car is just not having it their own way when they do have the pace to win this race. They definitely do, there's no doubt about that. It looked as though he was trying to get out of the way. He realised he was braking too deep and tried to actually get out of the way of the Lexus. He was going to make contact with it, but unfortunately he turned right to pretty much veer into the wall and ended up doing more damage than what would have happened originally. So yeah, it's very unfortunate. I feel so bad for them, because they had just this incredible pace, and you would say that without the incidents they could have won the race, but that's about as useful as I was going to say a phrase. Yeah, I was going to say a phrase that wasn't very suitable for broadcast, but yeah, let's just say it wasn't very good. So unfortunate for Stasenko and the guys, and look, again, the 157 car, they've had their turmoils, that Lamborghini. with, of course, Jordan Shard being unwell and no practice for this event, having to draft in a replacement for this race, and not being on the pace in qualifying, 7th on the grid, having a bit of a stinker, and then finds themselves 3rd at the end of the first lap, and fighting for the win now. So it just shows the calibre of this team, that even when they're struggling, they can still fight for these victories. And that is worrying, because when you want the favourites to be struggling, you want them to be way down the order, so it gives you a buffer. At least you can have a bit of a bad result in one race. But when their bad races are fighting for the podium and not run away with the win, yeah, it's a scary prospect indeed.
It certainly is. And it's always one of the worst things, is when you do have an incident, you think, right, where are our championship contenders? Where are the people that we were fighting with? And then if you see that they're having a good time, it's an instant morale drop. And that's the main thing about these championships, is that you keep your team morale up. It's very easy to let things get to you and ruin any sort of momentum that you had in a championship fight. But to be honest, I think these teams do a very, very good job at keeping their cool a lot of the time in the situations that they're faced with. It's such a highly competitive series. So easy for it to go wrong, so easy for it to go right as well for some of them when they get a good break. Well, I think that we're going to see some good drives through the field for the rest of the season as well, not just here. It's definitely something worth watching anyway. So if you haven't been watching before, make sure you do subscribe to the Sim Grid, give the video a like, make sure you join us for the rest of the season as well. 3 more rounds in the Endurance Cup to come. The next 2 will be commentated by our very own David Christie and Luke Rogers. Connall and I will be back with them 2 as well for the final at Silverstone at the end of the season. Well, this is the Silver Racing Team Mercedes, the 808 car. At the moment, as we go on board now with Chodakis, he's now trying to climb up behind Sorp in the 155 Mercedes. And that's been one of my stories of the race so far, Connall. You know, the 155 Mercedes, the Gen 1 Mercedes AMG GT3, is doing a fantastic job in amongst all these Gen 2 cars. As down the inside goes Chodakis in the Audi, sorry. Doesn't allow Sorp to get the cutback, and through he goes. This Audi has been really flying this race, hasn't he?
Yeah, a team that's gone quite under the radar with us in terms of picks for, a top 10 finish, but really having a great drive. They finished 22nd at Barcelona, so it's not as though they looked as though they had form going into this race. I mean, they were outside the top 20 for whatever reason, but yeah, really impressive here at Imola. Of course, they looked a little lively in the battle that they were having, and got caught up with an incident at Villeneuve. But other than that, anytime we've seen them, they've been very, very fast, and it's impressive to bounce back from finishing outside the top 20. Speaking of teams that finished outside the top 20 and have bounced back, Samir Ibrahimi is in the car, number 1 car, the reigning champions of this Endurance Cup, let us not forget. And Samuel Ratz from the Racing 9 Motorsport team in that Ferrari, the Ferrari at home at Imola. Ratz is really putting pressure on Samir now. A big BMW though, as we've said time and time again. Difficult to get past it. Michael Hamilton just says good luck getting past that. So hard to get past that BMW. The punch out of the corner is ridiculous. We'll see it here visually on the onboard. Ratz will probably close down that sort of accordion effect down into Ravazza. Close the gap down, yes he does, mid-corner, and then will you see this punch out of the corner from the BMW. Of course, it helps that Samir Ibrahimi is a quality driver, but look at that, you can just see the gap extending, and once that gap starts extending there, how are you going to make that pass into turn 1? I'll tell you the answer, you're not.
Michael's laughing his head off in the background saying it's just a meme, and it really is. You know, the pace of that BMW in a straight line, it is flying around here at the sections that matter. You know, it may get caught up in some of the windier bits, but if you've already got a slight gap, there's not really much you can do about actually getting through on this car. So, to be honest, I'd love to be in the BMW right now. I mean, we know that Ibrahimi is quick, he can get the most out of that car, but yeah, what a performance by the reigning champions so far. Started 20th on the grid, don't forget. A great start to this race. And they're continuing that from there. It's just the way, and still Michael's laughing in the background. He's laughing his head off down our headsets. But it's just the punch it's got. You know, that traction from the M6 is a really big car. It can put the power down really well out of the corners. It's what the Porsche used to be able to do as well. Not sure if it's still quite got the same sort of capability, but it certainly has been good to watch. But yeah, you'd imagine that the Racing Line Motorsport boys with Samuel Ratz at the wheel now would be getting slightly frustrated by that. Look how stable it is. It just soaks it up and off it goes. It's amazing. It really is. How do you even, like, when you come up against a car like this, Connall, how do you even combat that? What can you possibly do to outdo them other than just pray for a mistake?
Literally, that is what you hope for, and the only thing you can do is put pressure on, because the car, if you're faster than it, the car in front of that BMW has to rely on that punch out of the corner. So that one time that it, you know, goes wide into the gravel a little bit, that one time you just have to hit them. Absolutely, well, not physically hit them, but you know, you have to attack straight there and then, or else you're going to have another 5-10 laps behind. Like here, for instance, Samir didn't get the drive. Ratz again is getting closer, won't get it done though, but the pressure is being put on Samir, and he will eventually at some point give one opportunity at least for Ratz to make a move, and this could be it. And Ratz is going to have to take this opportunity with both hands, and he does indeed. He blocks it, but again, the punch out of the corner, out of the toes of hairpin, and per Ratz, I mean, to be honest, if I was Samuel Ratz right there and then, I would have shown Ibrahimi the grass, to be honest. With the knowledge that the BMW was going to just punch out of the corner, I would have. Oops, I'm going wide here. Oh, sorry, Samir, you're going into the grass. Unfortunately, unfortunately, as much as I like Samir, it's what everyone's excuse is. This is racing.
Well, to be honest, I mean, you probably all heard Michael Hamlet laughing that hard there, just saying, look at that, look at the BMW out the corners. It's so difficult to get by. And this is what we were talking about at the very top of the broadcast. It's such a momentum circuit. If you're side by side with somebody, you need to make sure that you're not harming the run out of the corner for whoever you're battling with, and of course yourself as well. And it looks like that's exactly what these guys are doing at the moment. Samuel Ratz cannot get it done in a way where he clears him completely. It's just such a difficult challenge for him. So I'm hoping for his sake he does it, because I think, if anything, he'll probably just go a little bit insane maybe sometime soon. Looks down the inside into Tamburello again, nothing doing. What can he manage? It's going to be a never-ending fight, I think. He's going to be hoping for a pit window sooner rather than later, because he just needs to get away from the back of this BMW and just try and beat him in outright pace, rather than having to make the physical move to get through.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah. There you go.
That's done, isn't it?
That's that done with. Never mind. I did say it, didn't I? I did say that he's gonna have to hope for something else. But Ibrahimi then, he can breathe a sigh of relief, I think, can Samir Ibrahimi after that, because he had a lot to keep up with there, didn't he?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Samuel Ratz was showing absolutely fantastic pace. It wasn't like Ibrahimi was slow, it's just that Ratz was very, very fast indeed. But here we go. Now, here's a new driver to the John Lacey Esports team, Luca Lozio, number 27, and he is on the pace again. He's trying to catch down Jordier, and that gap, when it comes through, please, at some point, there we go, 12 seconds, so he's got a long way to go to catch Jordier, and Jordier has a long way to go to catch the 157 in second place. But keep an eye on that gap between that Mercedes, that lead Mercedes, and the 157 Lambo, because of course two new drivers in those cars. We had Pfeffer and Kisser in the cars not too long ago, and looking at the lap times, it looks as though Kosh is running away with the 41.1 compared to 41.7, so I'll keep a monitor on these lap times here, and we will see. But certainly looks as though Kosh is absolutely on the pace, just like his teammates were.
Yeah, he's flying. Absolutely flying. This is Chris Harteveld in the Lamborghini. Loving life at the moment, this team. You know, they're doing a good job. It's GTWR. We always see good pace from these guys. And we don't expect anything else. But there's only one car ahead of them at the moment, and it's 8 seconds up the road. And like you say, Connall, that pace has just been insane from them. I don't understand how they've quite got the capability to go that well with it, but even in a series as competitive as this, you know, you still get your standout performance, don't you?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, another standout performance, speaking of them actually, is on number 66 Mercedes. You're probably going to shout bias, but yeah, probably. But I'm going to shout him out anyway. Darren McCormick, the Irishman in the number 66 car. They were 17th at one point at the very start of the race. And they were involved in a tremendous scrap. I believe Sean Arnold and Huang were involved in that battle too, and they got feisty with each other. But the Fordzilla team having an excellent drive here into the top 6 and trying to fight towards the top 5. And if they can bridge the gap to camera, look at that, they can get themselves potentially in 4th position. And obviously that's a tough ask to catch Camera and Lozio. But 15-second penalty for Statsenko has just come through. It literally just popped up on the screen, and no doubt that will be for the incident with the Lexus black marker. So yeah, it goes from bad to worse for the Yassi team, doesn't it?
It does. It's a shame they get that, but you know, at the end of the day, you can't avoid the fact that they ruined somebody's race, caused damage to the car potentially, made life a lot more difficult for them. And I think really something had to be given for it, so that's what we get. And hopefully we see that they can come back from that, but you've got to imagine in that team and in that car right now there's a bit of a frustrated mindset, to say the least.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, when you look at the especially where they were, when you look at 1 hour and a half to go, and you can see that I still have another hour and a half, and we've lost our momentum, we've lost our morale's dropped, our heads have dropped, and we still have to finish this race, and we still have to push on because the championship is not over yet. But we still have to get as many positions as possible in this super tight field. It's not an ideal position to be in for Mikel in this Yassi team, but unfortunately, as you said, Chaz, the intentions were there. He did try to avoid the Lexus, but unfortunately he did. So he was trying to do his best to not take out anybody, but unfortunately intentions don't matter. It's just about what actually happened, and what was the consequences. Unfortunately, he collided with the Lexus, and a penalty had to be given. So unfortunately, you just have to take it on the chin and get on with it.
Yeah, that's the moment where a matter of fact takes over the intentions. You know, it's all well and good saying, but I just meant to do this instead. I wanted to do this, but no, I'm afraid not. That doesn't quite cut it all the time in these races, as Fly goes down the inside there of Van Ommen in the Bentley into Tamburello. A nice move indeed. Strong stuff there into turn 1. Now, this is the thing with Tamburello. We see drivers making moves into there that work, and we see moments that don't work into there. It's just one of those corners, isn't it? It's probably the main overtaking opportunity on this circuit due to the massive straight that precedes it, but it's so tough to get a corner like that where the move works every time, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Like, obviously, you know, you have your standard passes, so you would say at Tozer, where you just sling it up the inside, you block their line. But with flip-flop chicanes like this, obviously, you can be done back on a cutback, or when you take the inside line at one, when you're flicking direction, you don't have the same line or the same corner speed for the other. You lose your drive out of it, and then you get repassed on the run out, especially if you've got a BMW behind you. But yeah, so it's a tricky one to get done. Actually, Niels Niox in the number 62 car, he's obviously not in the car right now, but he made a pass on somebody, I can't remember. It was in that battle with David Martinez as well. But he made a pass. It was on Chris Hoke, I believe. he made the pass and he ran, carrying off corner speed through the corner to the point where he ran to the next change of direction, i.e. the second part of the chicane. And that's just about the textbook pass you want to do at a chicane. So it just blocks off any chance of, when you make the pass up the inside here, the car going round the outside and having the inside line on the change of direction. So that's what you want to do, but to actually execute that takes a lot of skill. And yeah, it's a very difficult one to actually have come off.
Yeah, that's a lot of hard work to get it right into there. There's so many ways, like we said before, that it can go right or wrong in a corner like this. And that just shows you the quality of team that we've got. So this is Kaminski now on the back of Tanitsa in the Aston Martin. There's not really a gap there, but he makes sure that there is one in the Keck Esports Aston. Onto the brakes, into Tamburello. And there's another example of it working. You could see Tanitsa wanted the cutback there, didn't he? He wanted to try and get back through, but I'm afraid that didn't happen. Now, can he get the run down to the Villeneuve chicane? Has a little look, but nothing doing there that time round. Good stuff, to be honest, from Kaminski. Up into the top 20 now, ahead of the John Lacey Esports Academy Junior car, number 72. And here is the NBR machine side by side with the 818 Bentley. Just down into Aqua Minerale. You don't want to be side by side there. A little bit of a touch. The Bentley tries to turn in, doesn't really have anything. And the 629 runs out wide. Again, not really anything they could do there. The Bentley just tried to do what it could on the apex, but I mean, we've seen, haven't we? As soon as you compromise your line there, again, it's another corner that just doesn't go right, is it?
It's a tricky one, alright. I think if you have to pick, I mean, over the consistency of a 4-hour race, I would say Aqua Minerale is definitely the toughest corner on this track, the toughest section, because first of all, you've got the corner entry, which is insane to be chucking the car in at angle and on the brakes, and then you don't have really time to get the car settled by the time you're turning right and trying to get the drive up the hill. So yeah, it's a two-part tricky section, if you want to describe it that way, and it's run on a long enough back straight. So yeah, I think definitely over the course of 4 hours you'd be glad to get rid of Aqua Minerale. So the rest of the track, it's quite technical too. I think Aqua Minerale is definitely the toughest.
Yeah, it's one of those bits of a circuit that once that round of the championship is over, you're just happy to see the back of it. It's just like, right, it's done. See you in a bit. I don't want to do that corner anymore. I never want to come back. But it's circuits like this that make it more entertaining for these drivers. You know, they make it more of a challenge. So everyone has a bit of fun with it now and then. And I think, to be honest, this has been a great addition to the series. It was great to get it onto the calendar, even though it was last minute. Well, not as last minute as it could be. You know, they knew it was happening, but to have it changed to be this circuit has been brilliant. And I think that we've seen a really, really strong race from this track so far. It's been a real challenge for these drivers. We were just discussing it then in the break, that some of these drivers could make this very easy around here, but it's not always in their control, you know, with how difficult this circuit is to overtake on. I think that a lot of it is just down to what traffic you get given. This is one of the circuits where it really does depend. We go on board with Huang again, chasing down Tregelok, who has a 10-second penalty. So that question once again revives itself here at this point, Connall. If you do have a car ahead of you that has a penalty, do you spend the time in chasing them down and trying to get by, or do you just wait till the pit? Because there's still quite a while to the next pit stops.
Yeah, well, I think the point you made was probably the most valid in this discussion, in the sense that there's still 25 minutes left of a stint, well, a scheduled stint. So you would spend 25 minutes potentially losing, what, 3 to 4 tenths, maybe even half a second behind that car in comparison to the pace that you feel that you have. So that is a lot of time lost behind the car. So I think if it was 5-10 minutes, maybe, you know, and profit from the pits. But I think with 24 minutes to go, you just have to attack as though the penalty didn't exist.
Yeah, that's very true. Very true. You just have to crack on with it, I think, as well. At the end of the day, you can't risk knowing what would happen if you do stay behind said car and don't gain any time. You know what I mean? You need to try and gain anything you can in these races. Motorsport isn't always about hanging back and seeing what if. It's a case of going for it and trying to win races. That's why they're all here. Everybody wants to win. And this at the moment is Bart Banach for 3M Racing, with Van der Molen just in front of the 111 Lamborghini. Van der Molen will be watching his mirrors now be filled with that very, very large Lexus. Not quite as big as the old Boatley. Looks down the inside. Whoa, a little bit of a wobble over the curb there. Doesn't quite get the run that he wanted, but he's still trying to open the door, and that will get into the head of Van der Molen ahead of him, won't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Van der Molen will start driving behind him, focusing on his mirrors a lot more. He knows that the Lexus is starting to attack, and you can see the way that Lamborghini is attacking the curb, so he has definitely changed his lines up a little bit, or he's attacking a little bit more. He now has the Coach Steve Academy car, that was Jack Noller, behind him as well. The 505, excuse me.
Yeah, it would have been 505.
Through the 505, Jack Noller doing a good job in that car at the minute, lapping last time around 42.1. So it seems as though the top 10, top 12 are doing 41s with the rest. So that in the early 42s, as you see in the bottom right hand of the screen, battle for fourth. Here we go. This is heating up now. As you see, camera has closed that gap at BMW. I mean, when you think of Imola and you think of this flowing track, you don't really put the BMW down as, yeah, this is going to go well around here. But then you look at it on track, and the way it drives and the way it punches away from other cars, and it just looks phenomenal.
Yeah, it's got some real push, hasn't it? Out of the corners. They're doing a wonderful job. So now there's a Lexus between these pair, which of course is the 505 that you've mentioned, in 12th position. Now, sorry, not in 12th position, this is 12th position. I heard Michael say 12 and I instantly defaulted. I'm not a robot though, I promise. Samir Ibrahimi has Samuel Ratz behind. And again, I was saying this before, wasn't I? Ratz has been doing a great job in this Ferrari. The Racing Line Motorsport team have been doing a really strong job in pretty much all of the series that we've had here on the sim grid. They've just got one of those sort of consistent performances no matter what car they're in vibes about them, haven't they? And now still trying to get past this BMW though is proving to be a real challenge. Look at that. I know Michael's just going to start giggling his head off again at this, but it's just true, isn't it? That car has got so much poke out of the corners. Yeah,
it's very frustrating. Look how much, although he ran a little bit wide, but look how much Ratz closes in under the brakes. And then, boom. Well, it wasn't that good that time, Ibrahimi, but even still, look at this. Just starting to stretch his legs down. But yeah, just what you were saying, it's great to see a team pick a different car. It's great to see them be diverse. It's great to see them be fast in any car they're really in. They finished 14th at Barcelona, and they're currently one better in 13th. So consistent finishes so far, and that will pay them quite well if they keep this up and keep improving, even if it's one position per race improvement. With the way certain teams are going with their consistency, they could find themselves actually 14th, 13th could put them in the top 10 championship.
Yeah, and that's it. You know, we were saying before about how one good performance can completely change a championship for you. We'll have to see what implications this has for a lot of these teams further up the front. But Ibrahimi is holding on definitely for these points, and this is one of those moments in a season where you could look back as, oh, he's not holding on to that though. That's why this is Samuel Ratz's chance. Gets alongside, even when it's off the circuit, the BMW's got the punch, but he's going to be down the inside into Variante Alta. Now, are these guys going to hold them up too much? Are they going to hold themselves up too much, I was going to say, but now finally Ratz is ahead. He needs to just clear him. He needs to run as fast as you can.
Yeah, essentially he needs a qualifying lap, needs to go in qualifying lap mode to try and bridge that gap initially to Ibrahimi. He's already got half a second here, but the run down the front straight will be crucial. Although I don't think Ibrahimi is close enough. I'll be absolutely stunned if he closes half a second down this front straight. Ratz gets a good drive out, so he's doing everything possible to get bridge the gap to Samir Ibrahimi. And that's what we were saying earlier. How do you get past this BMW? You have to put the pressure on him. You have to force him into a mistake. And unfortunately for Samir, he did crack it. He made that mistake, and Rats was able to capitalise. So he hasn't been past where the danger zone was for Samuel. So he should now, if he keeps this rhythm up, although he's going into the grass and now Samir's going to get the run here in through Villeneuve and potentially look at a pass at Toza. Rats goes a little bit defensive into Villeneuve, and Samir might be looking actually at the exit of Toza, getting the run out of there up the hill and then past. After that, he tries to double apex the corner a little bit, doesn't get it done. But that just showed actually Rats getting a little bit feisty and trying to push to try and create that gap from Samir and making a mistake. I think if he loses a position in Samir again, his mind might actually explode with rage. I know mine would be.
Yeah, it's just ultimately frustrating to be stuck behind that BMW here. We got told about it before the broadcast even went live. Michael was saying, watch, if anyone gets stuck behind the BMW, then they have absolutely had it. So, need to just keep an eye on how Ibrahimi does. You know, out of all people, he can push that BMW to its best capability. But down into Rivazza again. It seems like the car behind obviously always has the advantage when it comes to braking into there. Because you're going downhill, there is so much of a close-up when you get onto the brakes. But now, down the straight they go. Well, they're not so straight here at Imola. That Beamer in the slipstream has got a good run to say the least. But still, I think Rats has got this now, but the punch out the corner, rather than be a deterrent from him overtaking, it's actually what's keeping Ibrahimi with him, isn't it?
Yeah, getting tucked into the slipstream down that straight after that punch out of the corner, great acceleration. Definitely helps. I mean, of course, we know the calibre of Samir. He's able to regroup, and maybe he's learning a little thing or two with his Ferrari, how the Ferrari's coping. About 45 minutes into a stint here, and just getting dragged along a little bit. You can get dragged along. It's not always a great thing to be completely following the car in front. Because then when they make the mistake, you generally follow them into said mistake. But using them as a little bit of a marker can drag you along and bring your times a little bit more back up to speed than what you were doing when you had clean air in front of you. So no doubt Samir is still fancying his chances to regain that 12th position.
He is indeed. He's in position to go for it, that's for sure. On board now with Dubia, down Banak in the Lexus number 44 machine. Up over the top of the hill they go. Back down towards Aqua Minerale once again. I remember racing around here in a different sim before in GT3 cars, just thinking every single time I got down the hill, I was like, oh, do we have to do it again? Do we have to get down to this part of the circuit? Can we not just leave it out and go around it? Very, very difficult to get it right every single time, especially if you want to get a good run. But still, it looks like at the moment that's a bit of a stalemate. This isn't a stalemate though, I'm pretty sure. We've got Killian Ryan in the number 96 Mercedes just ahead of July Sorp in the race for Cat Aston Martin. Gen 2 against Gen 1 once again. Another bit of this battle to see. This race for Cat team, you know, they've been a real sort of bunch of stars in this series, haven't they? We've seen so much from them that has just been massively entertaining with their pace.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen David Martinez phenomenal run around the outside of two BMWs there in that fantastic battle that we've seen earlier on in this race with Niels Nyax as well. And now he is pressuring Killian Ryan, meaning in the Sidemax Motorworks car. One of them we have, if you're following at home, the 95 is the Sidemax team, as is the 96 and 99, but unfortunately the number 99 is actually just DNF. So great potential actually from that 99 car. Needs Van der Kokelt, Michael Kondaccioglu. They had great pace, Van der Kokelt especially. but unfortunately getting caught up and having to drive through, etc., just did not play into their hands, and they've been forced to retire. But back to the wonderfully named July Thorpe, he is really putting the pressure on Killian Ray. I mean, Killian, number 96, I believe this is his first stint in the car at the minute, as it is for July Thorpe. So we're seeing new drivers every hour pretty much now, apart from, I believe, Camera and Darren McCormick were the only two outs in the top 10, and Statsenko actually, that were in the car earlier on. Statsenko still has that 15-second time penalty to serve. He's made up a lot of time on these guys. You can see him there just in the background to July Thorpe. He is car next, directly behind, but he's 15 seconds in. So all that, again for the number 149 car, all that work is for nothing because something has got in their way.
Yeah, that's it. You know, you can do your very best in a race and put every ounce of effort into it, but something doesn't quite go right for somebody else, or it goes wrong ahead of you, then it can go very, very wrong indeed. For you, I was just trying to have a quick look down the timing screen, just see if there was anybody else that was really struggling in terms of lap time at the moment, but as always, it's just so close in terms of the lap times these guys are doing. It's absolutely mind-blowing, isn't it, how close it is, even at this point of the race.
Well, we seen that in qualifying, didn't we? How close it was. I mean, we were looking at a gap of a 10.5 from Statsenko to second place, going, ooh, that's a big one. That's going to be tough to claw back. I mean, a 10.5. If for anyone at home, count a second, 1 second, and visualize that. Visualize 20 cars going past in that time of a second. And for it to be a 10th of a second, it would be great if we could ever get a visualization of like the cars ghosting in between each other to see how close a 10th of a second is. But yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous times here at the sim grid. The pace right now is just 41s constantly, 41.5 from the leader. Actually a per lap from the 157 in second place and 143 flat, so I don't know what happened there. Maybe getting caught up in a little bit of traffic, which can also play its part in a race. But yeah, 41 throughout the field. The pace is just absolutely rapid. And then if you go to the timing screen, you scroll down the order, you can find certain teams only being 5-6 tenths off what the leader's doing, and they're outside the top 30. So the depth of talent in this series is absolutely fantastic. As you see, Mr. Dave Farrell in his stream, he's got Jack Knoller in the car. He has done his stint. And yeah, that Lexus showing itself to be a good car around here. They've climbed their way up through the order, and they are having a good race now in that 505. So the key, I think, for them now is, will they beat the Triple Eight? They're not at the minute, because the Lexus Master, Joe McCauley, is in the car at the minute. He's in 14th and he is lapping quite quickly. So Knoller has 2 positions in about 30 seconds to catch Joe McCauley, so that looks a little unlikely with the way Joe is going. But yeah, good advert for the Lexus around here.
Yeah, we know how well Joe goes in this Lexus. We've seen him do it before at Brands Hatch, especially in the wet as well. We saw some insane pace from him there in the Sprint Cup. And to be honest, I think that it's just another prime example here of him doing it again. But just in the dry. Just showing us the pace that this thing can manage is, well, it's a prime example of a certain driver-car combo. We get that every single time we watch a race. You know, you see a certain driver just has the handle on a car in a way that someone else doesn't. Here's Arthur Camera in the G2 Esports BMW, up into 5th place at the moment. We were flying earlier. It just seems, as Connall mentioned earlier, with the sort of rise up the field, it gets more and more difficult. He's not too far off the back of Locio in the John O'Lacey Esports Academy Aston Martin. We've still got 2 Mercedes inside the top 5. We still have, I think, 6 of them inside the top 10. One of them, of course, the Generation 1 Mercedes AMG GT3. The rest of them being the newer Evo cars. But this part of the race now, with just over an hour to go, we'll have another break on the hour mark. but with just over an hour to go, it's certainly going to get to a point where these drivers need to assess their strategies, I think, at this point, because we often don't really see much in terms of when these guys pitted. But I mean, thanks to our timing software, we can get an idea. But if I'm honest, I think that it's only into the last hour of these races that those strategies really come to matter, don't they? It depends if people have been saving when they've pitted, or when they've sort of planned their next stop, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, generally in a 4-hour race, the strategy is a 4-stopper, isn't it? You want to stop on the hour. But yeah, it's a tough one. Well, a 3-stopper actually. But you want to stop on the hour, and that's what everyone's been doing.
Michael is, okay.
But at the same time, you don't know who's been stopping 5 minutes earlier, 5 minutes later. You're on track with someone. You don't know if this is going to be a battle to the end. Do I have to make this pass to try and make a gap to him? Yeah, it's a tough one. The only time, as you said, Chaz, the only time you really know is when there's under an hour to go. Everyone should have done their scheduled pit stops. And really then at that point the gloves are off, because you know that everyone you're battling with is for a position that will be going down to the very end.
Yeah, that's very true. I was just looking at the pit stops from the top 5, our current top 5, and the 999 and the 39, first and third in the race at the moment, pitted a lap before the 157, and then the 27 pitted a lap after them, and then the 62 were a lap after them, or 2 laps actually. So first and third have done 31 laps, second has done 30 laps, then fourth place has done 29, fifth place has done 27. So it seems like the earlier pit stop definitely benefited some of the guys near the front. And the 27 and 62 just held it out for an extra few laps where they could. There's the blue flag coming out for the number 58 Ferrari just ahead of them. That's the smoked salmon and fries machine. Needs to get out of the way as quickly as he can for these 2 big beefy Mercedes to come through Tosa. There he goes. Oh, that looked like there was going to be a little bit of contact there, but no such thing. And up the hill they go. Over to the left-hander again. This is another corner on the circuit that's just very difficult to get right every time, isn't it? Because you're going over the crest of a hill. Even though it's only a slight crest of a hill, it seems like the circuit just washes away from you, and you just get this almighty understeer as the car settles at the top of the hill.
Yeah, and it's a big it's a big track limits area. If there's one spot that you're probably going to run wide and try and keep your momentum and get a track limits warning, it is there, because it's such a tricky one. Of course, you want to keep that momentum. It's a high-speed corner, and then boom, the mistake happens, and before you blink, you've got a track limit warning. But speaking of track limit warnings, Huang and 19th drive through that will be for track limits. So yeah, what was that, about 5 or 6 now? We did say at the start of the broadcast that track limits would be an issue here, and it's really proven to be.
Yeah, it's with how narrow it is, I'm just concerned that we may see some more penalties towards the end, because if you think about it, I'm not sure actually. I'm gonna sort of aim this indirectly at Michael Hamlet in the chat in the background, but I believe that the drive-through penalties, they go with the car when it comes to track limits rather than just that driver, or at least I kind of hoped that was the way it was done. And yes, Michael has confirmed it is with the car. So imagine if your teammates had a bit of a sloppy stint and they've done a bit of naughty driving and overdone it on the track limits, pushing a bit too hard, and then all it takes is for you to make one innocent mistake and get one. Then you get a drive through. It must be quite a frustrating time to have to deal with that. Michael's actually just saying now the amount of times he's taken over a car that's already got 3 warnings and then he gets the drive through. He'd probably be absolutely loaded if he had a quid. But that's just part of team racing, I suppose. You know, you're all in it together. You're all in it for the same thing. You want to win. And you want to do the best in that one car that you can. And so far, we've got this fantastic comparison between July Sorp in the 155 and Mikhail Statsenko in the 149, with the 2 different iterations of the Mercedes. Both very, very pretty cars. One a lot more aggressive looking than the other, but to be fair, I mean, the original one that we're looking at here, the 155, that car is it's not the friendliest looking thing, as we now have more pit stops taking place. Statsenko comes in, Connall.
Yeah, and don't forget he has a 15-second time penalty, and that 15 seconds is served in pit lane. So he is going to be sitting pretty much stationary. His controls will be locked for an extra 15 seconds. So if he had no damage beforehand, it would be a 30-second pit stop. It is going to be a 45-second pit stop. But if he has damage to and chooses to repair it, it'll be even longer. So not great for Mikan. Look at him dropping down the order, still in the pits. There's more cars to come. He'll probably get out just before Lewis Fly, maybe? Yeah, looks as though he's going to get out before him. But you have to say 15 seconds, again, justified. Unfortunately, when you ruin someone's race, you expect to get that penalty. But yeah, the stewards they were very busy, especially at the start of the race. But thankfully, and again, I'm touching wood here, I'm hoping I'm not jinxing things. Things have calmed down as people have got into a rhythm. I don't know what this car was doing. This little racing team car looked like he was trying to follow the driver in front slipstream into the pits. But a little bit of a weave. But yeah, all good. No incident happening there. The 808 car, as we see just for a moment, both John and Lacey cars running together. As we have Mikhail Statsenko. Michael's just informed us, still in the box. We have a driver swap to Capacci now. That felt like a long time there.
Yeah.
Between that didn't feel like 45 seconds. Maybe there was a lot of damage that we didn't know about from that hit with the Lexus, and that was a long repair time.
Yeah, it was indeed. Back out they go though. There's the roar of the Mercedes. Back down the not quite straight here at Imola. And you were talking then about following the slipstream of the car into the pit lane. But it was actually a little there. Get your words out, Chaz. Another little thing I noticed there was that on that shot, the car that popped up at the bottom was David Martinez in the Mercedes. Actually, he was almost got an entire lap on Capocci out there as they went through that pit stop. He was saying about following the slipstream into the pits. An entertaining little story. I was actually in a sim race the other day, just with a couple of friends. We were racing some Renault Clios around Knock Hill, and basically we had to then do a little mandatory pit stop because we made it a bit of a longer race and made the tyres wear out really quickly. Went to go in the pits, and as you know, the pit lane at Knock Hill is literally as soon as you're off the track you're in it, and it's, you know, there's no really long pit entrance. But he hit me in the rear very aggressively as we went down the straight as I slowed up, and he hit me over the speed limit into the pit lane and gave me a penalty. So I'm wondering whether there might be some of that tactic here at Imola, because you've not got much of a long way on not much. Come on, Chaz, not much of a long way into the pit lane here, have you? It's not like you've got this humongous inroad.
Yeah, and until you've done one pit stop, you don't actually really have an idea of where the pit limit is, or where you have to go down, drop down to 50k. So yeah, it's a tough one. Maybe someone might actually use your tactic, although I think the stewards here would be a little stricter than the old Knock Hill race. It gives me the shivers whenever you mention the word Knock Hill. And yeah, that is I remember that it's a dodgy pit exit too. I mean, you're going right into the line of someone barreling down into turn 1 and turn 2. If you've never seen Knock Hill, go have watch an onboard after this race, and you will see the pit exit is interesting, shall we say.
Yeah, it's literally right out onto the circuit from behind a concrete wall where you can't see a car or a bike, which is lots of fun. Someone that's not having all of the fun in the world at the moment is Matt Webb in the number 22 Jensen Team Rocket RJN car. They had a lot of potential to be finishing well, as they did in the World Cup, but unfortunately down in 32nd place at the moment. Still going hard though, chasing after the number 94 Lexus, which of course got involved in that incident before with one of the Mercedes. The 94 is Daniel Rowe for Retro Esports. But this McLaren, I think the only McLaren in the field, not really able to represent the brand that well here, I'm afraid, but still it's a very difficult championship, and it's a very difficult circuit to gain time on, especially if you lose it at the beginning, because it's not like the field is all spread out at that point, is it, Connall? You can't just sort of lose time to one car and then, because of how spread out it is, only lose one place. Something happens at the start, that's the worst time, because that's when everyone's right together.
Yeah, exactly that. It is. I mean, we see a couple of cars there that were involved in the incident, and were like 5-6 cars back from the original incident, you know, and they was just caught up because someone was spinning back onto the track that they couldn't really see. And where do you go from there when you've got cars all around you? You just have to maintain where you are on the track. So yeah, it's very unfortunate, but just an interesting point. As soon as we cut to Giovanni Da Salvo making a brilliant pass, maybe not so brilliant. But a decent pass, shall we say. I'll downgrade it to decent at Ravazza. Giovanni Da Salvo, 27, the number 27 car. From the first race at Catalunya, we had obviously the 157 Lamborghini, this car, the 27, and the 14 run away with it at the start. If you remember, it was a 3-man battle pretty much their entire first stint, i.e. for the first hour. So it was the 157, the 27, and the 14 that were just running away with them in Barcelona. Look where they are now. And that is well, I don't want to call it a problem, because it's absolutely fantastic for us, but it's the problem when you're not just on the pace around, or you have an incident, or you're involved in something, or you get a time penalty or a drive-through. When you're dealing with cars here that, I mean, 20 cars covered by a second, when you're dealing with that, it's just so hard to be just on top of your game every single race, because of course everyone has tracks where they're not strong at, everyone has tracks where they're really strong at, but at the same time everyone has races where they get lucky/unlucky in. So yeah, to be able to maintain consistency over an endurance race season in such a competitive field, for my money, is one of the most impressive things.
Yeah, definitely. It's always easy for it to sort of backfire, or just not have the pace. I mean, we were talking before the stream. There was a team that has unfortunately backed out of split one. There was a slot came available, and they were the first team in line, and they said basically we want to take that one. They took split one, and then they realised they just didn't quite have the pace. And they took the very respected and very intelligent decision to sort of say, we don't want to get in anybody's way because we're not up to par with split one. We'll go into one of the further splits further down if a slot opens up. And to be able to admit that and move on like that is brilliant, because obviously everyone wants to be as quick as they can. They want to have a chance to win overall. They want to be in split one, but at the same time, you're not going to enjoy the racing. You're not going to be competitive if you're just simply not on the pace. Pace isn't something that you can just magic out of the air overnight, I'm afraid. And hats off to that team for doing so, because this is so difficult in this first split. I mean, I've not actually raced online in this sim before. I'll give you that, a little nugget of information for free. But I just know how competitive it is, and even in just watching practice times in similar conditions to what we've had before, I've thought, I'll just get a bit of a comparison, do some laps around here, see what I can do and how quick these guys can go. And when you're like 3 seconds off the pace of people like this, you think, flipping heck, like how have you done that? I mean, you said it before, didn't you, Connall, when you saw the practice times that were 140s, and you were like, that's naughty, isn't it? Like, some of the times around here have been incredible.
Yeah, like I understand certain areas. Like for example, my personal best round here so far in Imola is a 41.5, I believe, 41.5 or 41.6. But I can understand. I can find a couple of tenths here and there. If someone said, the best lap is 41.2, I'd be like, yeah, that seems doable. I mean, I feel like I can improve that much. And then, what was it, 39.6? So 2 seconds. 2 seconds I have to find around this track. I'm just sitting there, I'm like, where could I possibly find 2 full seconds around this track? It is absolutely mental. But it just shows the absolute talent of these guys that are here. It's very interesting too. I'm just looking at Giorgio Simonini's stream, and flicked over on another tab, and George shared obviously in the chat, his teammate, talking about just giving advice to Giorgio who's in the car. He's the driver who's in the car last, Jordan was saying, don't talk to him. Every time you speak, he misses markers. So yeah, telling him to focus a little bit, but he's also said something very important. He says, I think aim to just keep it safe and keep position 2 is the best bet for sure. The best we could have done with the Lambo for sure. So they've obviously found that this is their maximum. They don't look likely to catch the leader's kisser unless the 999 car does indeed make a mistake. So Jordan very wisely telling Giorgio just to keep it safe, focus on this run ahead and just try and bank that P2. Good solid points as we now cut the Simonini stream. Good solid points in the championship, and you just know at the next round they'll be back stronger than ever when they have, of course, their main player back involved. Hopefully, if he recovers, get well soon, Jordan. If they get Jordan back in the car, they'll be even stronger. So again, I've said it multiple times, if a second place is their worst result, well, that strikes fear into the rest of the team's hearts.
Does indeed. They have been a force to be reckoned with in all of the events that they've shown up in the sim grid. We have a DNF, unfortunately, for the 111 machine, which will be going no further. That's the DC Sim Racing NL Gamma car, the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo. They've had some technical issues that has taken them out of the race. Now here is Simonini chasing down second place Samir Ibrahimi in the BMW. Great to see him on board, going through Variante Alta. Now he gets a fantastic run through there. Looks like the Lambo's good, but the BMW's acceleration out of there still, again, just frustrating to go up against. But as I said before, Giorgio just looks so relaxed. He doesn't look sort of overly tense or anything like that. You can just see him focusing on his lines, just making sure he hits every apex as is. Doesn't look like he's overstressed or anything, which is, it's always good. But he's in a very, very important fight in this race right now. We're under an hour away from the end, which has really creeped up on me, to be honest. So what we're going to do is just take a very, very quick break to give you some adverts from our partners, Coach Dave Academy and Thrustmaster, and we'll be back with you in just a few moments. Welcome back then, everybody. We're into the final hour of round 2, season 2 of the Endurance Cup here on the Sim Grid. My name is Chaz Draycott. Alongside me once again is Connall Courtney, and we're here at Imola. That's the battle for second and third. Of course, Samir Ibrahimi not pitted yet. Oh, this is a moment there from the Team 99 Lamborghini. This is Kostas Bouzianis for Expat Sim Racing with Killian Ryan Meenan right behind him in the Side Max Motorworks Mercedes. This is the battle for second, though. Obviously still out of sync a little bit here. Are we going to see the number 1 BMW come into pit? We're not. See a little bit of what's known as rubber banding going on there. That's just a tiny bit of connection delay between them, different ping. Looks like the Lambo's catching up and then on the brakes, catching up then on the brakes. Difficult to deal with as a driver as well, especially if you're trying to follow very closely, because it will give you contact for it. Cars won't morph through each other, there will be contact involved, so you need to be very careful when you're chasing in that situation. We're still on board in the bottom right of the screen, but here is Killian Ryan Meenan in the main picture with Bouzianis just ahead in that Audi. And to be honest, that expat Audi has been flying all day, hasn't it, Connall? It's a real shame it's not further up the order, to be honest, because they've been so quick.
Yeah, it deserved to be pace-wise. Yeah, it's very interesting that the Audi. You think of the Audi and its how should we say, sensitivity over the curbs around this track. I mean, you think of the sausage curbs and the high curbs that have to be used for a quick lap around here. You would think the Audi would be quite unfancy, but obviously these guys are going quite well in it. As we see, Killian Ryan Meaning now going around the outside of a back marker, trying to stay with that number 34 Audi. And yeah, doing a good job, but lost the position now. But the number 96 Sidemax Motorworks guys will be desperate for that top 10 finish, of course. They had a bit of a disaster at Spa, but the number 99 Sidemax Motorworks team finished 9th at Barcelona, and I'm just going through the order for the number 96 car. They didn't look as though they had a great race at Barcelona at all. So yeah, it'll be a good result to get these guys inside the top 10, and yeah, I'll see how they go. But definitely the Sidemax Motorworks guys definitely improving. Just unfortunate that Van der Kolk and Kondaccioglu and the other car have unfortunately retired from this race.
Yeah, it's a shame to see anybody drop out of these races, but we do have technical issues of our own in the sim racing world, where people would have mechanical issues elsewhere in the world. But look at this though, Simonini just up over the hill, watching that BMW accelerate away. Fantastic point made in the chat by Jorge Villar, saying, am I the only one who finds it amazing that people even ask if this is real racing or a game? And I agree, you know, that just goes to show how good Assetto Corsa Competizione looks. The picky part of me has things that, you know, you can sort of tell aren't the real things, but I mean, when you see it on a broadcast, especially the quality that Mike Yao gives us here, it looks absolutely realistic, and you could definitely mistake it for being real. And Astros fan 2017 says, why is Mercedes winning in every motorsport? Well, spoiler alert, everybody. Spoiler alert. So close your ears if you don't want to hear anything about the Formula 1 today. But if you think Mercedes are winning in every motorsport, you need to go and check the results of qualifying today. Anyway, Simonini now back up onto the back of Sami Ibrahimi. Spoilers. Sorry.
You can watch MotoGP, they're not dominating in it. They don't even have a bike out in it. Oh no, I've just jinxed it, aren't they? They're going to bring that's it. Oh dear.
Yeah, very true. Very true. There'll be like some sort of e-bike series now by Mercedes, I'm sure. But Simonini might be getting a bit frustrated here because he knows this isn't actually for a direct position, really, because that BMW has not pitted. The last time they pit, let me just have a check. Ibrahimi pit. Oh, it was quite a few laps after them. I mean, only 4 laps difference. And Simonini has now done 8 laps in this. That's a 38 lap stint so far by Ibrahimi. Everyone else has been doing between 32 and 36 laps. So it's a bit of a monster stint from him, really. But let's just have a look. Actually, oh, hang on, sorry. There's been... am I reading that right? I'm just trying to consider this now, because I think I might have got this right. I think I might have got it wrong. But I think that's just because when we had the driver swaps. So Ibrahimi's done, 38 laps in that car since he got in. And everybody else has pitted and changed drivers or had a stop from about 32 to 36. So, yeah. Very stretched.
There's no way he's going for a double stint, is there? I don't know if that's actually possible around here.
I wouldn't say so.
No, I don't think so.
You'd have to be mad to try that around here with how important tyre life is around here, with how many corners you need to get the car turned in and have it really pointy at the front end. You wouldn't risk ruining the tyres that much, I don't think. Yes, I think that it'd kill off anybody's momentum in a race like this. But this is Dalcamo still behind Samuel Chumley. These two have been sort of glued together for most of the race, haven't they? That Lamborghini's always had someone just waiting in the wings trying to overtake them. But Sam's just been able to hold the pace at the moment and not fall into the clutches of the car behind us. Oh, look at that. Leonardo makes a really, really poor entrance to the chicane, and it really hinders his exit. And now Porsche behind closes up. That's Jarno Kausch down in 30th position. So no real threat from them. But behind them is Chen in the Mercedes, of course, which is, I think, Paddle 4, wasn't it called? The 122 machine. Now that will be for position. So if he catches up soon, they could be in trouble.
Yeah, they could face themselves quite a bit of bother here, the junior team. But I think the John Lewis esports team are in good hands because they've got their senior team, their junior team, and all the while this season is going on, they'll be gathering so much information and learning these juniors from the senior drivers and comparing telemetry and stuff like that. And that's so valuable. I mean, it's one thing to be recognising you're half a second off the pace and you're going, right, well, I know I need to fight half a second, but where am I losing this? Because it's not like you're going to lose an even amount per corner. You're going to lose it at certain areas. So to have that telemetry and understand, right, well, I'm actually braking too deep into here and I'm not getting the run out of the corner. I should be braking earlier, carrying more corner speed through, or I'm braking too early. I'm not getting it stopped as well. It's so many variables that the telemetry can answer for you. So to have a junior team in this sense is great and could bring these guys in the number 72 car up so much more than if they were just to do it solo, essentially.
Yeah, that's it. I think we've had endurance races before where you're not limited to stint times. We've had people do entire races like this on their own as well. There's Vicky Thompson in the Renwelton car, and was that the one that was Capoccia, wasn't it, going through? Now Capoccia's got a very clean and repaired Mercedes. He's trying to absolutely fly. Just behind, I think that's the 808 car of Zielkowski in 23rd position, the Silver Racing Team machine. So nothing to worry about position-wise there. Vicky Thompson now down to 13th place, but still starting 20th on the grid. If you make any sort of improvement from being that sort of distance down the order, it's a very, very good run anyway. If you can go through any of this and gain positions, and to be honest, I think you've done a really, really good job. Great to hear all these GT3 cars just screaming their way out of the Villeneuve chicane down towards Tosa. Back up the hill they go. It's not easy to get any of this right either around here. We do keep saying that, I know, but you can't stress enough how deceivingly difficult Imola is as a circuit to just put laps together, lap after lap. And that's why these curbs and different parts of the circuit really do catch people out. On board now with Kelvin Chen, brake pad 4, not paddle 4, apologies. Through Variante Alta, onto the power, back down the hill towards Rivazza. The Lamborghini doesn't have the run. Kelvin's going onto the grass on the left-hand side, that's commitment. Is he going to be later on the brakes? He is. Pop of flame from the Mercedes. Down the inside, oh, he gets it wrong, and the Lambo turns in, makes contact. Kelvin Chen just a bit too hot on the brakes, couldn't get it stopped, and oh, it's not the tidiest of rejoins either. Reverses and gets out of the way. And then crawls back onto the circuit, tail between his legs there, I'm afraid. And they'll be very frustrated at that mistake into Rivazza, but we've said it all day, as oh, Vicky Thompson does similar, making a little mistake there, running wide. With it being a downhill braking zone, it's so difficult to get it right. You can see just how much of the circuit the straight takes up here at Imola. The red dot on the map on the right hand side is where Vicky Thompson's car is now. Just going down the straight towards Tamburello. The straight is pretty much almost the entire length of the circuit. Can you imagine what it was like when Tamburello was a flat-out left-hander in Formula 1 cars? Very, very scary corner indeed. And then they used to go slightly to the left up here and then to the right into Tosa. It's an epic, legendary circuit. It's still got some of its original corners, but it's had to be reworked very differently to make sure that it meets safety standards, obviously. Well, Vicky Thompson's still doing a good job at the moment then. Inside the top 15 at least. Capocci are now 3.5 seconds up the road. Looked like that BMW wasn't quite playing ball there. So here's the 122 Mercedes, nice and late on the brakes, but just doesn't turn in, and then that contact with the Lambo is what turns them around. And to be honest, the Lamborghini had to turn in at some point. They turned in late anyway to give them the room, and then unfortunately Mercedes goes around again trying to get onto the circuit. Here is Vicky Thompson back down into Rivazza then. Again, looks difficult as we now look at Killian Ryan in this Mercedes, the very angry looking Side Max Motorworks Mercedes through the Villeneuve chicane. Up through Tosa onto the power, headlights ablaze as well. 8:30 in the evening in Sim as well. It doesn't look that dark for 8:30 at the moment. It's clearly a summertime based race. But Mercedes has been strong here today. And I imagine that it will be for the rest of the season. Don't forget, 3 more races coming up for you this season as well. David Christie and Luke Rogers will be commentating the other 2 for you. And then the final race of the season will have all 4 of us together sharing different stints in the box. There you go. We head to Zolder on the 9th of January, Paul Ricard on the 6th of Feb, and then the 6th of March we head to Silverstone for the final race. And Connall is just going to be getting a little bit excited in the background here at the thought of Killian Ryan making progress, aren't you, mate?
Go on, you boy. Go on, Killian. Yeah, I know. But yeah, having raced with Killian and his brother Cormac in a few races, these guys are very, very consistent. I mean, especially around Laguna Seca and a GT4. Anyway, they're very, very consistent. And Killian, he looks smooth. Again, I'm touching wood. I don't want to jinx the guy, but Vicky Thompson under all sorts of trouble right now. Joe McCauley is really putting the hammer down. Joe in that Lexus is a great combination, and he's proven that. He's really putting the pressure now on Victoria Thompson. Vicky Thompson has dealt with pressure. I can't remember who it was that said she eats pressure for breakfast. Probably not really good in terms of nutritional value, but certainly good for a race driver. But Joe McCauley is putting her on all sorts of pressure. But again, the issue is getting past that BMW. And how will a Lexus fare? We've seen obviously a Mercedes and a Ferrari trying to pass a Lexus, trying to pass the BMW and having difficulty. How will the Lexus fare? It'll be very interesting. Vicky dips the toe in that gravel again. Joe McCauley looking to go around the outside of toes and maybe go for a cutback here as Vicky has to go a little bit tighter. But again, Vicky just squares the corner off and punches out of that corner. We've 2 battles going on here, of course. One on the main screen and then bottom right hand side of your screen. That is that tremendous battle that we're seeing there with Killian Ryan and the number 34 Audi. And Killian's getting a lot closer than what he was just a lap ago. So will he get the run out of this corner? Now there's a little bit of a slide there, and that gives the Audi just a bit of a reprieve. As we see, cut back to the left hand side of your screen, or the main part of your screen, and Vicky Thompson has kept Joe McCauley behind. So it's as per usual with the sim grid here, Chaz. We're trying to watch about 40 things at once because there's just all these fantastic battles going on throughout the field.
There is indeed. We're absolutely treated by the racing here on the sim grid. Now this looks like something out of a large touring car race or some sort of like sports car production race here, with the massive BMW M6 and the rather chonky Lexus RCF GT3. Two of the very biggest GT3 cars in terms of body size that you can get. Unfortunately, the M6 will be phased out as of the end of this year, which is a real shame, to make way for the BMW M4 GT3. So a very pretty car makes way for a very ugly one, as I've made very clear my opinion on the M4 previously.
Do you like the M4, Chaz? I can't tell.
No. I imagine, to be fair, it sounds good apparently. So I'm intrigued to see if that's true, because we've had the V8 from the BMW M6, we've had the engine noise from the M8, as there's the race leader getting in a little bit of trouble with the 808. but BMW V8s have always sounded good. May I point your attention to the Z4 GT3? That's great. There's a fire alarm going off in the house. That's always nice to know. But I'll hand over to you for a second. Oh, no, never mind. The alarm is gone. She's done well there. She stopped that very quickly. But the BMW Z4 GT3, just the noise that car makes. Not many GT3 cars can ever beat that for me, in all honesty.
Yeah. I mean, it is just a beautiful noise, and I've been at circuits when there's been like promotional days, and to hear it actually stand beside a track and to hear it go past you, it is just something absolutely mind blowing. So, whenever the current situation around the world improves, if you can take yourself to a GT3 race and you can hear these cars flying past you, I promise you that it is worth it for that experience alone, let alone the fantastic race. But we're treated now, with the way the situation is in the world, we're treated now to watch these races from the comfort of our home, and what a broadcast we have. It is just absolutely phenomenal to see 4 hours available now, the brand new track, the SEC. And we'll have to say, Chaz, we've seen a lot of mistakes, and that it's just got to come down to experience around here.
Yeah, definitely. We knew that it was going to be a challenge for a lot of the drivers. We said before, nobody's going to have a definite advantage because they've done more laps here. You know, these guys would have seen it go straight onto the calendar. As soon as it came out, they would have been like, right, let's put some laps in around here, let's crack on with it and get practicing. So we know that when this event comes around, we can be some of the quickest. As you can see now, Joe McCauley letting the race leader go by. And there they go in the Mercedes. And, well, before you know it, off in the distance, isn't he?
Yeah, and look at this. Michael's going left, right and centre about battles that are currently going on. And yeah, we're seeing a battle now for 4th position as Niels Nayox and Giovanni De Salvo. Chaz, you've got the BMW in front of you. You've got 32 minutes to make that pass stick. If you're in the Aston Martin, what do you do?
You wait 3 to 5 working days for the BMW to run out of fuel. Because there's just no chance. I really think there's no chance. This BMW has been so quick this race. Yes, you can argue that the number 1 car has had its own troubles and has been fast as well, but this number 62 Beamer has been absolutely flying. The John Lacey Esports Academy car, as ever though, has also been quick, and he's going to try and use all of the torque of that twin-turboed V8 underneath the bonnet of that Aston Martin. It never sounds like it's running right, that Aston Martin. It sounds like it's got the world's biggest misfires. Oh, there's a way to get past the Beamer. Smash it out of the way. I'm trying to move a housing estate with a stick, but still, a little bit of a tap there. I'm not quite sure he meant to do that. Obviously, it's just closing up at Rivazza. We've seen it before. But that'll send the message to Noyax. That'll say, I'm here, I'm not going anywhere. We're going to have a good old scrap here. Just over half an hour to go.
Yeah, that's some message to send, isn't it? Just a smash into the back end of that BMW, just be like, hello, if you haven't been using your rear view mirror, I'm here. But no doubt needs to be aware of him. We've got 2 battles raging on, and no doubt, actually, to be fair, we will have battles throughout the field. It's just unfortunate that we'll probably have guys in the Discord chat talking about their amazing battles, but unfortunately we'll never get to see it because we cannot cover absolutely everything. Mike, as talented as he is, does not have 42 PCs at home, so unfortunately we can't broadcast every single battle, but for the ones that we do have... yeah, exactly that.
I'm joking, Mike, we love you.
But look at this, Killian Ryan going round the outside at Vienna, and that is a long way round. Almost gets it done. Will he get it done? He's going to have to come across Buzanis under braking at Toza. Does not get it done, but that was a great effort. It was a more successful attempt than I've seen all race around the outside of Vienna. That was brave, but importantly, no contact there, and that was great driving from both guys.
The Audi gave him room there. That was the main thing. The Audi gave him just enough room to at least he hit the apex. And because of the nature of the overlap they had, if they made contact, it would have just been door to door. It wouldn't have been like a quarter panel to quarter panel. So, they wouldn't turn each other around. That was really respectful racing. And once again, some of the best teams in this series, we get to see them directly pitched against each other this late in a race. It's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely. Can I just say, going forward in this season, what I want to see, what I would pay pay-per-view money for, would be Jordan Sharp versus Mikhail Stasenko. Just for give me half an hour of that, of them two just going at it hammer and tongs around one of the circuits, please.
Agreed. I would happily second that for the rest of the season. And to be honest, I think that the change from Statsenko as well to go over to Yassi, we said it was interesting anyway when we first noticed it at Barcelona, and then got told about this change within obviously these two teams. And I think if anything, it's going to get more and more interesting as those two teams go up against one another, because with meaning no disrespect to the other drivers in that team, the way we're going to see it here in the commentary box is Statsenko versus Sherritt, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, obviously the other two drivers, as you see, is that a pass? No, it is not. Joe McCauley decides better of it. Vicky Thompson was quite late on the brakes there and defended very well. But yeah, I mean, you'd have to say it. I don't think, actually, to be fair, the GTWR or the Yassi guys would deny that Jordan and Statsenko are their A drivers in terms of pace. But that's not to say, of course, that their other drivers are slow. They are very, very fast. It's just that Statsenko and Sherritt are on another level so far from what we've seen in the sim grid. So yeah, it's a showdown of epic proportions if we get those two battling.
It is indeed. And right now we have another showdown of epic proportions. We have the Lexus against the BMW once again. Joe McCauley showing us how to handle this car. Vicky Thompson wrestling the Pro Renvelten BMW around towards Variante Alta again. The fog lights on that BMW are insanely bright. Let me tell you that for free. They're not just bright in the sim, that is not exaggerated. They are stupidly bright. We got blinded by them at the Nürburgring. I'm sat here like, did I mention I went to the Nürburgring? Ooh. But Vicky Thompson runs a little bit wide again at Rivazza. It looks like that BMW is not really performing to its best capability into there. Joe McCauley all over the back of that car down the straight. You can see Vicky now just tucking the car into the right hand side as quickly as possible, just to straight line that part of it. And just behind them is the Silver Racing Team 808 Mercedes as well, probably with the best seat in the house for this battle other than us. Of course, we do hope you are enjoying the stream, everybody. Mike Yao doing a wonderful job on the broadcast as ever. Michael Hamlet feeding Connall and I the information as the race goes by. Please do remember to drop us a like on this video and subscribe to the Sim Grid if you want to catch the rest of the Endurance Cup. We also have more female racers coming back for a second season, which starts on Monday, if I remember rightly. It does start on Monday. You have David Christie with you in the commentary box for the first round as they head to Misano, where we saw a wonderful race in that championship last season. Connall Courtney will be with him on that one as well, and then I'll be back with you for the rest of the season as we go to Zandvoort, Monza, Silverstone and Imola. Should be absolutely awesome. And don't forget, we have another edition of the World Cup hopefully happening. This is me sort of putting this out there. I hope that we do it again. Looking at you, Michael. But I'm sure we will. You know, there's plenty going on the Sim Grid, plenty of special events as well, and it's a lot of fun to watch. I mean, you know, the community behind all of this is absolutely epic. And what is epic is Joe McCauley's patience here. He's just biding his time behind BMW of Vicky Thompson, and in the bottom right as well, DeSalvo for trying to get past Noyox for fourth position. Joe McCauley's got the run in your main picture here down towards Tamburello. Looks to the outside. Vicky moves him over to the right to make sure he doesn't get the cutback. Out Tamburello they go. Looks like Joe McCauley got a really good run. He's just popping out now and then just to sort of show his nose and say, look, I'm still here. I'm just trying to fake the move, sell the dummy. It's not always working. Well, all this time, you know, that 808 Mercedes behind them here, Connall, he's going to just be laughing, thinking, I don't really need to do anything. But look in the background as well. We've got one of the Lamborghinis, but that's obviously one of the cars. Actually, is that the other silver racing Lamborghini? The other silver racing car? Or is it? It is Simonini, yes. Michael's just confirmed in my ear. I thought that it was... I know that Silver Racing Team have a Lambo out there as well. But yeah, Simonini will be coming through. Maybe that'll upset this battle, Connall. If he comes through to lap these guys, do you think that he might have a bit of an impact on it like that? As, well, the race leader does a personal best lap time, so never mind, they're running away still.
Yeah, the thing is that Jordier, I know it's going to be a long shot, 23 minutes to go. Jordier is actually closing the gap to Giorgio Simonini right now, so Simonini will be under just a little bit of pressure. And when you're under that pressure, you look at these two ahead and go, yeah, well, I don't really care about your battle, I care about my own race, so I'm going to side through you, and if you get held up, so be it, you know, and that's just the selfishness of racing. So I'm currently watching, actually, I've got a dual screen at the minute going on. I've got obviously our broadcast here on the left, and I've got Simonini's onboard on the right, just to see the times that he's doing and comparing them to Jordier. He looks, again, he just looks absolutely like he's having a Sunday drive. He looks so calm, it's ridiculous. Him and Jordier as well. Jordier sits like he's a granny driving, to be honest, doesn't he? He sits so like close to the wheel and just manages to rotate it 90 degrees with his big massive arms. It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's just... I
was going to say that before, you know, that he does sit very upright, and a lot of the time in these sim racing rigs, you know, they're made so you sit like the driver would in the car. They're very laid back and you're almost horizontal. Even in GT cars now, you know, you don't sit very upright. You still are very leant back, so you're sort of in the eye line of the steering wheel. And you get that sort of similar setup in sim racing as well. Obviously, it depends on what hardware people have and how they have their screens and things set up. But a lot of the time, with it being sim racing, if you have the option to drive in a more comfortable position, then why not? But for me, I mean, I've got very big feet, so I can't really sort of hold my entire foot away. If I was sat here like I was at my desk, I couldn't hold my foot away from the brake comfortably for a long time. You know, I'd rather be almost horizontal, so my foot's in a natural position. As this battle still rages on here, I can hear Michael. He's just making noises in the background whenever any cars get close to each other. I love it. It's funny.
Sound like wheel noises, are they?
Yeah. Not sure if he's put his CD on before bedtime. But at the moment, as they go out of Variante Alta, this is getting very feisty between DeSalvo and Noyox. Noyox has now got to try and get past the 505 Lexus. And I believe that's the 144 Audi as well, which are still together. Those two cars have honestly been welded together for the most of the part of this race. They are 15th and 16th. Down the straight they go. Let's see who gives away any sort of position or track position first, shall we? Look at that, Noyox down the inside of David Perrell. David says no to DeSalvo. I don't like John Lacey, he says. He's not coming through. But yeah, DeSalvo now will be gutted that he's lost a little bit of time there. Oh, he runs very close to David as if to say, wasn't a fan of that, mate. Wasn't too pleased with that one. You can see David put the hazards on to sort of say, go through. And now look, the Audi blocks him off at Tosa as well. Not intentionally, he was just on the apex when the Aston got there. David Perrell might be able to get past at this point as well. That's Linda. That sort of Linda that he'd normally have a track to share with. So he comes over. David squeezed off the circuit. Not quite sure that he had the overlap there, or whether the Audi knew whether he had the overlap, but a little bit naughty there potentially, Connall. I don't think... Oh, hello, entering the World Rallycross Championship, Giovanni DeSalvo. Wow, sausage curb. Never mind that, it looked like more of a SpaceX program.
Yeah, well, I was expecting to see more of that, to be honest, because I know myself, I've hit these soft curbs and took flight, especially the one coming out of Aqua Minerale. So I expected to see more of it, but obviously the reason why we haven't seen more of it is because these drivers are better than me. But regardless, Capaccia now. But oh, that was a hit and a half, wasn't it? Capaccia tried to cut back. He got it done, but the Lamborghini is looking to fight back. does not get it done, and that is now Yas Heat and Draycott inside the top 10.
Yeah, feisty stuff as ever. The Villeneuve chicane to Tosa is just... It's a scary part of the track, isn't it? It's where there's such a bottleneck. And when we see these drivers making moves, it's just one of the main places where if there's a sort of attempt at a move, it slows at least one of you up. And then before you know it, you're into another corner where another move can be made. It's a real, what we'd call a yo-yo part of the track, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much most of the track is, you know, when you have a flowing track as we do here, we've said it time and time again in this broadcast, you make a mistake, you run wide, and then all of a sudden, boom, you've lost 3. I think, who was it that we seen earlier? Was it Josh Martin that we seen make a mistake, run a little bit into the gravel and lose 6 positions down the run into Villeneuve? And 6 positions, where else do you see it? If you make a small mistake, you dip into the gravel just a little bit. It's not like he had the whole car in the gravel and then he lost 6 positions. It's absolutely ridiculous. But now we've got Dave Stream on, and he is pressuring this Audi. Does not get it done. Last lap round was a 44, so you can see just how much they hold each other up in a battle like this.
Yeah, you can indeed. I imagine Dave will have said a few words when there was a little squeeze off the circuit at the top of the hill. I can't tell you what words they were, but I'm sure there were some.
Unbroadcastable.
Yes, that. He's currently still trying to wrestle this Lexus around, though. I mean, you can see, even from the onboard, with the height of the dashboard alone and the thickness of the pillar, you can tell that it feels like a big car. You can see he's even doing this one-handed as he goes down the straight there. With his, I believe he's got a Thrustmaster wheel. I'd hope so. Chill Dave, as Michael has said. Through Tamburello once again. Chuck it to the right, chuck it to the left. It's so difficult to get the run out of there and keep the car stable. A lot of these guys do run Coach Dave Academy setups, and they are very, very quick. But as a lot of people know, in these sorts of cars, if you want a setup that's quick, it's often quite loose at the back end. You know, you need oversteer. And if you're trying to go around a corner like that and keep it smooth, it's sometimes easier said than done. But it looks like this Lexus at the moment, not quite able to get the punch out of the corners that the Audi has. And it just shows as well. I mean, obviously, anyone that doesn't know, David does obviously race cars similar to this in real life, racing in the Ferrari 488 GT3. And it just shows the level of how talented these sim racers are, doesn't it, Connall, when they can go up against a real driver like this and still get the most out of the car in a virtual sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to say something. I was listening to a podcast Dave was on not too long ago, and he mentioned, I believe he is doing the Abu Dhabi, is it 8 hours? There's some endurance race in Abu Dhabi, 11, yeah. And he's getting to race with Valentino Rossi, and never have I been more jealous. Yeah, it's brilliant. Dave drives GT3. I'm jealous of him doing that, getting a race in real life. But getting a race with Valentino in a GT, I don't know, it made me sick, man. Made me sick.
We just had a very scary moment there with the GTWR Lamborghini and the Racing Line Motorsport Ferrari there. The Ferrari went around the outside, didn't get the run out of Tosa, and the GTWR car back across. Two-wheel action on the exit there from Romagnoli in the 132. Pop of flame from the Bentley just in front of them there onto the brakes. I think that was the 818 Bentley potentially. But this Ferrari's been going well. Marek Schintz at the wheel now. Only 15 minutes to go of this race. It really has flown by. But I think, to be honest, with how well this Ferrari's been doing, they've not made as many places as I would have expected with the pace they've got. But still, it's been a strong performance from them. But it's a 13.5 second lead at the moment to Kisser, who is leading the way. And leading it convincingly as well. Jaroslav Honzik, of course, Jardier, as everybody knows him. On for a podium at the moment. He'll be very pleased with that one. And I think, to be honest, he will be very pleased too. For, I think it's Food Critics, their team.
Yeah, the Food Critics team, interesting. Him, Darren King. Jardier's actually brought that gap down by about 3.5 seconds there to Simonini. He's going to run out of time to catch Giorgio, number 157. But yeah, Giorgio definitely showing some good pace. Yeah, it's impressive. And of course, Giorgio has been involved in some incidents in a few races, which were very much unlucky. He hasn't had a great deal of luck, so it's great to see him up at the sharp end again. Possibly the happiest guy on the planet. I mean, it's ridiculous every time I check one of his streams out. He's just such a cheerful guy, and it's great to have him a part of the sim grid.
Yeah, it is, definitely. And it's always nice as well to be able to jump in on these streams, which we do appreciate Mike Yao and Michael Hamlet sorting out behind the scenes, but literally behind the stream. I obviously hope that we see more of this in the future as well, with these events going forward. And we do hope that you are enjoying the content that we've brought. Obviously, it's stepped up hugely since bringing Mike on board, so we do thank him for that. But look at this now, Connall. It's getting darker, the cars are getting muckier, and this race is getting ever closer to its conclusion. 13 minutes to go now, as Marek Schintz still tries to chase down Romagnoli in front.
And he is thinking about it up the inside. He doesn't.
Oh.
Well, with that, I mean, he did. That was almost like a punt to pass. So if he doesn't give that position back, I presume the stewards will be having an impact. But at the same time, yeah, we'll have to get a replay of that, because from that angle, it can look different from an onboard. So yeah,
I'm in a bit of a conflicting opinion of that one. I think at the end of the day, while the Ferrari did go down the inside, the Lambo went to defend. He did continue to squeeze the Ferrari, even though he wasn't all the way over to the left. He still maintained the fact that he wanted to squeeze against the Ferrari. We saw before that he did this big swipe across the front of him as they came up out of Tosa, and it was a very aggressive move, and it was, in my opinion, completely unnecessary. But at the same time, the Ferrari went for it a bit late, didn't go all the way over as far as he probably could have, and it was a shame that it ended up in contact being what decided that manoeuvre. But that's for the stewards to decide and not us. But as commentators, we're literally paid to give our opinions on things. So there they are, on the silver plate for you to pick apart, everybody. Speaking of a silver plate, though, this Mercedes looked like it was silver plated before, but when you put it up against the Lambo in front of it, no such silver plating, because Sam Chumley's car, very shiny indeed. But look at this then, as the Merc tries to get the punch out of the corner down the straight. The Lambos actually seem to be going quite well, to be honest. They also seem like they're able to hold their pace well over the course of a stint, don't they, Connall? As we have a replay now of the move.
This will be interesting. Oh, God. Yeah, there might be a little bit of rubber band going on here. If you look at your rear view mirror, there's a car inside the other one. And yeah, I mean, we can't really get much information from that, so it could have been some connection issues there that played a part in that incident.
Yeah, the movement in the rear view was very, very odd indeed. That's just part of what it is. Although apparently connection is good between the two of them. If you look on the left hand side, the ping is the little bar just to the right of their names. It does cycle through each driver, so you can see that a lot of them are a bit lower. We have another replay thanks to Mike Yao. So to me, Lambo, he's going over to the right, moves over to the left. The Ferrari does a little move as well. There's not much of an overlap there for the Ferrari to do anything with, is there?
Yeah,
he may have got one wheel alongside, and when they're at the apex, there's not a car's width on the inside for the Ferrari to go into, but it's already there. It's an odd one, that. Very odd one.
I agree with that.
But still, we move, or we bring it back up. Thanks, Mike. As we go back down towards the first corner. So let's see it from the Ferrari's point of view. He goes over to the left. The Lambo, from that angle, it looks worse. The Ferrari does go to the left, and then the Lambo looks like he's going towards the usual braking zone, doesn't he? Because while the track goes to the left, you do gradually move over to the right, and then the Lamborghini does distinctly come left, and I think if you asked a real world steward, they'd probably say that it's moving in the braking zone, which is a big no-no, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of the things actually that I think upsets me quite a lot if I'm battling with someone. If we come together, I don't really, if it's just a coming together, there's no real issue, but I really don't like moving on to the braking. And actually, probably not the place to rant about a Moto3 race, but I need it out of the system. There's a lot, it seems to be with a lot of the younger riders, there's a lot of a culture now of cutting across onto braking, and that's just going to create, at one point, it's just going to create a big incident. And actually, to be fair, to relate it back to this race, which would be handy, we just seen a Ferrari get a nose swipe just up the straight. There was no need for it. There was absolutely...
It's the same Ferrari.
Was it?
Well. Yeah.
There was absolutely no need. You're going up the straight. You don't need that exact line on that piece of tarmac right there. There was no need to swipe that Ferrari's nose. So, yeah, sometimes getting a little bit over aggressive, but that was just perfect aggression there from Raul Suarez.
Yeah, that was wonderful. And to be fair, hats off as well to the 808 Mercedes there. Zielkowski around the outside gave Suarez all the room that he needed. Nice little move. And he didn't. One thing that he did that I see so much in sim racing that really frustrates me is he didn't just turn in hoping for a cutback and guessing where he was and hitting the rear corner of him. We see so much of that where, a car's gone down the inside, someone will go for a cutback, misjudge it, and just drive into the rear corner of the car that's just gone past them. And it's painful to watch. And I mean, it's painful to do it. You never want to do that because you'll bounce off or you'll turn the car in front of you. But yeah, in that situation there, that was great respect. We had some synchronized sighs from both Mikes in chat, Michael Hamlet and Mike Yao, both going, yes, nice. They enjoyed that. But that was, a stark contrast to what we saw before, fortunately. Now, I believe we may have a battle further up the order, and this is it. This is Jaroslav Honzik and the Food Critics Mercedes. Looks fantastic coming towards us there up the hill. Trying to catch Giorgio Simonini. He's half a second a lap quicker at the moment. He was just under 4 seconds behind last time that they triggered one of the timing beams. What is the gap now? It's gone over 4 seconds now. So maybe just the middle sector being a bit more difficult for him, or maybe the pace is dropping off slightly. We'll have to see. There is Simonini at the bottom of his shot going into Variante Alta, just ahead of the Coach Dave Academy Lexus. We'll wait to see what the gap is again. The light is very quickly dropping now here at Imola as well. I'm intrigued to see. 6 minutes 22 left to go of this 4-hour race, Connall. Don't know about you, but the last 2 hours has absolutely flown.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. You said a couple of minutes ago that there's 15 minutes ago, and it actually shocked me because I couldn't believe it. It was already. But it looks as though Giorgio has the bit between his teeth right now. Simonini is struggling a little bit from his chat. He is struggling a little bit with his tyres. But at the same time, I said it before, it's too much of a gap. Simonini's still doing 41s. Giorgio would have to be doing 40s, 40.5s to really be catching Simonini by the end of this race, and even then it would be close. So for sure, it looks as though Simonini, if he doesn't get held up in traffic, he has the second place, which would be great because they've had their own issues.
Yeah, they have indeed. I think that, to be honest, it's just about overcoming any of these, because when you have an issue like that in a race, it's how you bounce back from it. The gap is 3.854 last time round that they triggered any of the timing beams, so it's not really come down that much. All we'd need now is Simonini having some trouble in the traffic, but it looks like Kisser at the moment is going to be the one to take this with just 5 minutes left. And Simonini has apparently lost time behind a back marker through Variante Alta. Oh, Honzik has his own slide as well. Big bounce over the curb. Let's see what the gap is next time they trigger a timing beam, because that does look like a smaller gap. Simonini got held up there. That is the Team 99 Lamborghini. They got in a little bit of trouble at Barcelona as well. So they're making a theme of it. Into the pits they go. obviously told off. But now, down the straight once again. Let's see what the gap is this time. 3.1. 3.1, Connall. It's coming down. I think Connall's passed out with excitement here. But this is just...
Sorry, I thought my mouth was there. I was ranting away. Apologies for that. But yeah, 2.9, I mean, that is significant. 3 minutes, 52 seconds to go. It's all going to come down to whether Simonini can withstand this pressure and just manage this gap. Because that is a lot of pressure, and these tyres are cooked with Giorgio. I'm just looking at the stream, actually. His PSIs and everything look okay, but of course, the track temperature has dropped quite a lot. It's 11 degrees. It's very, very cold. And evidently, he's having some big issues with these tyres. Last lap round was a 42.3. He's just got a notification, actually. His driver stint's end shortly, so they've timed it just about to perfection here. But yeah, Jordier has definitely got the bit between his teeth, and he is pushing. Jordan shared in Simonini's chat, actually, if you don't push as much, you'll go faster at this track. You're overdriving it. So yeah, I'd listen to a guy like Jordan Shard. So certainly Simonini will try and relax a little bit now in these last 3 minutes and try and get the best out of the car and bring it home.
The gap is now down to 2.9 seconds between the two of them. There's a drive-through for Ruera in the 155 machine for track limits, and that's the Gen 1 Mercedes AMG GT3, not the Evo that everybody else is running. That's a real shame. That I was hoping for a top 10 finish for that car. That's the Race for Cat machine. You can see the circuit lights are on here as well around Imola.
Another half a second from Jordier to Simonini. Half a second I don't think will be enough. 2.6 is the gap. Crucially though, Giorgio Simonini is on 3 track cuts. If he has another track cut warning, he will get a drive-through penalty. So this is just so tantalising. Per Giorgio, the pressure that is on him right now. This could be the difference in winning and losing the championship here, realistically.
Could indeed. You never know though, he'll probably still look as relaxed as he did before, to be honest. He was certainly not looking stressed or strained. Just bringing that Lamborghini home at the moment. It's done them very, very well so far this season.
Yeah, I can't confirm. He still looks like he's going for a Sunday cruise.
Love it. Absolutely love it. It's now 2.5 seconds back to Honzik. There's going to be one more lap after this one. We're now a minute and a half from the end of the race, everybody. This is your last chance, don't forget to make sure you give the video a like. We're near 100 likes. Please do get us over that mark, guys. That would be absolutely brilliant. And remember, while you're there, to subscribe to the Sim Grid as well to catch any future events and races that we do. But here we go then. The race leader has come through the final corner and started the last lap of the race. There he is, Lars Kisser for Ambassadors for Renvelten. This team have been brilliant. The sister team to the reigning champions, literally from the smallest car number on the grid to the biggest, numbers 1 and 999. And here is Giorgio Simonini's stream just behind our shot. There's a car off in front of them. I really hope that's not the Ferrari. I think it is. Oh, he's going to join back onto the racing line. That's going to cost him a little bit. You can see Simonini not too happy with that one there, Connall. This is getting very scary for this GTWR team now.
This guy might be the calmest person on the planet. Oh, he's just give a little smile, a right smile. He got held up with a minute to go with 3 track limits warning, with Jordier pressing him down, and he looked mildly annoyed. I'd be spitting feathers on him. So yeah, it looks very good. Simonini is going to have it because he's got Macaulay behind him. That'll create a nice wee buffer. Jordier has to get that done. But look at this battle now. Niox and Giovanni De Salvo. They were battling not too long ago. It created a bit of a gap between De Salvo and Niox, and now they're back again together. But again, BMW power should bring Niox home, but who knows when it comes to a last lap. Oh, he was very close to the rear end of that BMW. Oh, that was a brown trouser moment there, but Giovanni De Salvo looks as though he is going to try everything to get that 4th place.
He is indeed, but out of the final corner to cross the line, Ambassadors for Renvelten's Lars Kisser crosses the line to take the win in the 4 hours of Imola. What a brilliant performance by them. And it's a maiden win for the Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo on the sim grid. Second place is going to go the way of Giorgio Simonini and the GTWR team. And Food Critics grabbed third. And he just can't do enough, can DeSalvo, to get past Noyox at the line. Great performance by that 62 BMW. And across the line they go. What a fantastic race within the top 5. The driver in the M6, very, very pleased, of course. But what a win by the 999. You could argue that the issues for Capoccia gifted that to them, but at the end of the day, Connall, you've got to be in it to win it.
That's it. It looked in the first hour that the Ass Heat guys had that pretty much wrapped up with the way that cycle was going. But it just shows you the first hour of a race isn't telling for the rest of the race. They got into all sorts of trouble. And now, look where they finished. Absolute disaster for that Yassi team. They did recover well, to be fair to them. They went through a lot of incidents. 9th place finish, and it does keep their championship hopes alive. But they have lost a lot of ground. The championship leaders, the 157 GTWR team.
I was going to say, I wouldn't call a top 10 a disaster, I don't think. I think they did a pretty good job of bringing it back. But yeah, it was certainly a challenge for them once they lost out early on. And I think, really, they can take a lot of pride forward for the rest of the season from doing that. What a brilliant, brilliant drive. And the Keck Esports Aston Martin there as well, one of our absolute favourites from previous series on the sim grid. They also did a very good job as well. But wow, we certainly had a lot to look at there, didn't we, in that one, Connall? We usually are kept busy with these races, but that was another prime example there.
Yeah, exactly. We always have. It was a pretty messy start. Of course, it involves a couple of incidents, but for sure, I mean, just once it got settled down, the action was absolutely immense. We've seen some fantastic passes. I think pass of the race was, I think, the most exciting one anyway was the David Martinez round the outside one. But yeah, that was absolutely fantastic. We still have this championship alive. The GTWR team, I think that's their first time since Bathurst that they haven't actually won either a World Cup or an endurance race. So that is a big milestone. That'll give a little bit of confidence to the rest of the teams that they can beat these guys, because when you go through a run of form like that, there is those doubts in the head from the other teams where they can go, well, can I win this? And certainly now after the similar race, they can think, yes, we can.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it just gives you all manner of confidence going forward, as we see now some wonderful highlights here. The whole field all the way down to turn 1. Loving that. Look at all the wonderful cars we got here. Let's just have a quick look and see whether we can catch the incident. Ah, there it is. So it's the number 14. Mercedes goes over the curb, catches the 99, then gets spat the other way. And I mean, it was one of the first things I said in the broadcast, wasn't it? That those curbs can really upset your race. And the top 2 get away easy. They just easily run away. And then they just leave it for everybody else to catch up. The 149 obviously hitting issues a little bit later on in the race, unfortunately. And the car behind them would then go on to win the race. We should hopefully have some interviews for you in just a moment, and get some drivers in to have a chat with. But Connall, any sort of drivers in that one that you think were really a highlight or a standout to you?
I think Lars Kisser in front. Obviously, I've just picked the race winner, so I mean that's not a crazy one. But Lars Kisser was just clinical at the front. He dealt with the pressure really well. He was under pressure midway through that race, and he was able to maintain the gap. Even though he wasn't the fastest guy on track, he was just uber consistent, not making any mistakes, not getting caught up in traffic, and that's eventually what got them the race win. But you have to say, guys like, well, I'm going to list 2 Irishmen out now: Darren McCormack, Killian Ryan Meenan, David Martinez, of course, went through their own controversies or, well, incidents, and were able to rebound quite well. So yeah, there's a lot of drivers actually, if you really analyse that field, There was a lot of drivers that you can look at and you can go, you know what, they had a brilliant race. But I think, to be fair, the standout for me was Jordier and Darren King, because they just had a very good drive. They were stuck in the middle, stuck in a bit of a rut midway through the race, and to get a podium out of that competitive field was a great result. So fair play to them.
Yeah, definitely. There were a lot of teams that really had to fight through a lot of different aspects that would be a bit easier on other circuits, you know, a bit of a wider circuit or somewhere with a bit less flow where you could obviously try and make moves that that didn't upset the car that you were facing. Okay, that's what's happened to the Lexus then. I was going to say one of the Lexus early on got turned around, didn't they? We'll have a look and see who we can interview. What we'll do, actually, here you go. Here's an interview for you. We are going to drag in Giorgio Simonini and his teammate Effort, who will join us. Giorgio, want to come to you first, really, mate, because through those last couple of laps then, with Jardier chasing you down, you didn't look nervous, but I imagine that the nerves were maybe rising a bit.
They were rising. We were all a bit, nervous because we had a car that wasn't at the pace, and we were losing like five tenths, I think, out from the pace. It was really difficult at the end, especially with the back markers. But yeah, we made it somehow at 1 second at the end, and it was actually crazy. But I love this kind of racing, this emotions, to have this, close races. I'm happy that the merge didn't win about 1 lap, so we are really proud of the 2nd place, and it will help us to extend the championship for sure. So we are really happy about the results today, and really good job to Tobias and Chris that made an awesome job as well.
Yeah, there was a lot of feisty racing going on out there. Like you say, the Mercedes did look very quick indeed. Tobias, just coming to you, mate. I mean, Imola, it's a tough circuit anyway. It's been the talking point of the day. How did you find it trying to get that Lamborghini wrangled around there?
I don't know. Like it was actually really hard. Like the first 30 minutes, it was okay. Like the car felt good and stuff, but like after 50 minutes, it was really unstable actually. So the pace was dropping, but yeah. Also, Imola is like a really hard track to drive. So yeah.
Yeah, we were saying a lot of the time around here, it's a very one-line circuit, isn't it? And you've got all the curbs and very narrow chicanes as well. I mean, we're watching your car now come through Variante Alta, which it seemed that some cars could handle the chicane really well, but others struggled. Did you find that the Lamborghini held it quite well, or was it hard to get it around there?
It's really hard to get it around the chicane, like the high chicane. So like the Merc or some other cars are better in that, and you have to get a perfect line in the Lambo to get the chicane fast. So yeah.
Yeah, or you die, or
yeah, or you die. Yeah,
or you die, or you cut.
I was going to say it's either it either goes really well and you get a great run and you're up a few tenths, or it bounces you off the circuit. And it seems like that with a lot of corners here. I mean, Giorgio, you saw a couple of cars around you hitting the sausage curbs quite hard with the traffic you had. Was it just a case of hoping that you didn't suffer the same fate?
It was just difficult for everyone, I think, for us especially, because we had like 3 cuts, so we couldn't afford another cut. But so at that point it was really difficult, because if you want to do that good without bouncing, you have to cut it more. But of course it's risky to get the penalty. Otherwise, you have to take a wider line, just do not go with both wheels on the bump. And by doing that, the car feels unstable, and it was just ruining the race pace. You could even see that the car was just bouncing around at that corner, going right and left, up and down.
Yeah, it doesn't seem easy to keep these cars stable around there, but either way, good championship points for the pair of you. And obviously we go to Zolder next time out, another narrow, windy circuit. Do you think that the car will go well there?
Hopefully. I mean, I'm not sure. I know that the Bentley is really good, but the Lambo should be okay. Imola, I think. And then we'll have the Paul Ricard, which will be our track, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say that's probably going to suit the Lamborghini more, isn't it, a Paul Ricard? But I'm surprised you can fit a Bentley at Zolder, to be fair. It's about as wide as the circuit is anyway, to be fair. But it was great to see you do well again today, gentlemen. Well done from everybody here at the Sim Grid and obviously behind the broadcast as well. Starting with you, Tobias, do you want to give a quick shout out to anybody?
I don't know, like... I'm really bad in that, so I don't know, actually.
Fair enough. Then anyone that you want to give a shout out, Giorgio?
Yeah, sure. Big shout out to the 2 guys that race with me, to the whole team, G2WR racing team, that always does an amazing job, because we had 3 teams in this championship, so we all were working together to get the best setup, and so it's really thanks to them as well that we made the result today. And of course, thanks to the sponsors and everything. It's really good to race in here, so thanks to SimGrid as well.
Smashing. Great to speak to you, boys. Well done, and we'll see you at Zolder.
Thank you. See you at Zolder. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Awesome stuff. Great to speak to those guys as ever. And our next pair of drivers that we can drag in for this one are Nils Noyox. I really hope I'm saying your name right, mate. I'm sure you'll tell me if I'm not. And Arthur Camera from the BMW number 62 machine. Now, just starting with you, Niles, you guys had a very lively start to the race and quite a good run inside the top 10, just picking them off one by one, didn't you?
Yeah, first of all, I guess overall the story is good. If you take away the first hour of the race, we were in a good position. I think we put the BMW as far in front as it can be. And if we take away that penalty, that was surely avoidable one way or another. I don't want to go down the route of arguing about it. But I think it would be good if the penalties were more in line with what was happening, maybe. However, yeah, I think overall 3 hours of good racing for us. I think we passed a lot of cars in the pits actually instead of on track. And yeah, in the end, I guess P4 we can be happy with that.
Yeah, it's always nice to do it in the pits when you've got a little bit less work to do on track when trying to get through. Now, Arthur, just coming to you, mate. We saw a lot of times when someone was trying to overtake a BMW, when people were behind the Renvelten BMW M6, that it's got so much punch out of the corner, nobody can really get past it. Did you feel like you had this sort of invincibility today out there?
I mean, not quite. There would be certainly cars that can pass the BMW, especially if the gearing is not correct. But I think out of the last turn, if you get it right, it's hard to be caught off guard, and then yeah, it does punch a big hole in the air, but it punches really hard, so it's hard to overtake the BMW, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, it's part of the balance that comes with it. Now, just coming back to you, Niles, we said obviously any car around this circuit today is going to be a difficult challenge because of how there's just one line and there's big curbs, and it's a very punishing track if you get it wrong. How did it feel being one of the bigger cars out there trying to sort of wrestle it around a lot of these chicanes?
I mean, it's mostly it feels like the exit of Acro Minerali and the last chicane itself is the biggest issue of the car here, and I think just in that place we lose 3 to 4 tenths or something, and we have to be super cautious through the chicane because it feels if we don't hit it we die, and then we also get a penalty for the off track, so it's really, really tricky, and I was actually afraid that other cars would drive into our back in these corners because of how difficult the BMW handles there.
Yeah, it seemed like 1 minute the car was absolutely planted, and then there were other times where it looked a little bit oversteery at points. Arthur, did you find that it sort of depended on where you were in the stint, or did the car feel quite stable for most of the way through?
I think the car feels quite stable most of the way through. Graining is an issue with temperatures as low as they were, but in the end, I think Niels was a good example that the BMW can pretty much go the same lap time throughout the whole stint with weight advantage and tire degradation evening out.
Yeah, it's one of those cars that seems like there's a bit of an imbalance sometimes, but it seemed to go well. Obviously, we've got Zolder next time out. Sort of similar circuit, tight and twisty. Niles, do you think you can go well around there?
I haven't actually tested it, but I don't respect too much. We don't really have a straight where the BMW can play its strengths. Then we have a lot of curbs, which apparently is a weakness to the BMW. I think we're in for something similar to Barcelona, where the car is just off pace. But maybe, who knows, Kunos did us a favor one way or another.
Well, fingers crossed for the pair of you. Arthur, anybody you want to give a shout out to before you go?
I mean, no, not really. Just feel everyone who's checking in, feel free to be shouted out too.
Fair play. Now then, all for you.
I mean, to everybody who views these races, of course, and those who organize it in a very, I don't know the word, but everything runs super smooth here. There's no issue whatsoever with the servers or with the organization. No server restarts needed, no hiccups whatsoever. So just keep that up, I guess.
Yeah, okay, I'll go with what he said.
Well, thank you very much for the kind words, gents. Very well done today, and we will see you at Zolder.
Cheers, bye.
Cheers. Smashing stuff. Well, two pretty happy teams to speak to there, Connall. You know, it was a difficult race out there today by the look of it for everybody. May not have been the most incident-packed race or frantic race we've ever seen, but just to keep that consistency, as we kept saying, over a 4-hour race around here is so hard, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly that. It's a very difficult track to stay consistent. We know the issues with the track limits. Of course, Giorgio saying in his interview there that he had 3 already over the course of the 4 hours, so he was literally skating on ice when it came to the track limits. So a lot of teams, not just the less the slower of the teams, a lot of the quick teams too, and the more experienced teams had these issues, and other teams had issues with what we're seeing on screen right now, getting caught up in other people's incidents, and that really wrecked a few races here and there. So it was very eventful at the start. Once everyone settled down, the consistency was difficult to try and close up the gaps. People were able to do it, of course, but I think we got treated again today, and as always with us, Chaz, the 4 hours does go by very, very quickly. But I just want to know, Chaz, do you have anyone to shout out? Because he asked that question about 3 or 4 times, and unfortunately nobody had anyone to shout out.
I'm going to go with full Zansho bias here and shout out the guys that we're looking at right now in the Team Rocket RJN car, because that team was on such a high after a brilliant performance in the World Cup. But they just had no luck today. Obviously, they got caught up in the incident, which we're probably about to see right now with one of the Mercedes, and that really sort of set the tone for their race. Look, there goes your little McLaren, and unfortunately, a big hit with the wall. But it's part of racing, and it happens. And I think, to be fair, they recovered as well as they could. But look, the second hit from the Ferrari as well just finished it off, I'm afraid. But it was still very, very interesting race today. Awesome fun as ever to commentate with you. Thank you very much, Connall Courtney. Thank you to Michael Hamlet for all of his efforts behind these scenes, and of course Mike Yao for this wonderful broadcast, which Jorge Villar thinks the SRO should consider hiring us for their esports stuff. So there we go, we've clearly done something right. Well done, Mike. But thanks again as well to Coach Dave Academy, and of course to Thrustmaster, our partners here at the SimGrid. My name is Chaz Draycott, and we will see you in a couple of weeks' time at Zolder, or well, more likely you'll see Dave Christie and Luke Rogers there. Connall and I will see you on the Endurance Series broadcasts in, I believe it's February, when we come back to... March, apologies. March, when we come back to Silverstone for the final round. There you go. You can see the More Female Races series that's also coming up as well, starting on Monday. So make sure you do subscribe to the SimGrid and tune in on that one. We also have the Sprint Cup for you as well. So all the reasons to subscribe that Mike Yao loves to remind me of when I forget them, so thank you for being my saviour once again. But for now, have yourselves a great evening, and we'll see you again very soon.